Morning, it's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Our forecast calling for the rain to end this morning, and then we'll have breaks of sunshine this afternoon. It will be hot. Our high is going to 94 degrees. In the news, Clarksville police are saying a gathering at a local American Legion Saturday night ended in gunfire. Channel 4's Braden Ross reporting the bullets flew more than a block away into someone else's home.
Sandra Simmons and her husband had just gotten back from door dashing. They actually drove by the American Legion on the way home and say they noticed more people gathering there than they've ever seen there before.
There were so many cars that they had to park in the parking lot that belongs to Austin P across the street.
She says her husband was letting the dogs out when he started hearing shots and had to duck to avoid the bullet that broke their window.
It finally stopped. I called 911 and I opened the front door and then more happened.
All in all, she guesses they heard around 20 shots.
3 people who were shot are expected to be okay. It's a first for ICE and the NFL. Here's Jessica Layton at NBC News.
ICE has confirmed that a former NFL player was deported last month. Daniel Adongo became the first Kenyan to play in the NFL when the Indianapolis Colts signed him back in 2013. Immigration officials, though, say he was removed from the country after overstaying a visa in 2016. ICE also says criminal charges against Adongo fell under the Lake and Riley Act.
Adongo was convicted of criminal mischief with damage in 2020, and he was sentenced to nearly a year in jail. And one thing missing from the WNBA All-Star Game on Saturday, the USA 250 patches. The league refused that patch without an official explanation, but some of the players posted their opposition on X, saying that 250 years ago, slavery was the norm in the U.S., and no black women would have been free to play basketball. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
We're entering one of the busiest economic and business weeks of the summer, including a big announcement from the Fed. But first up on Monday, we'll get a read on June durable goods orders, a key indicator of business investment and manufacturing activity. The Conference Board releases its July Consumer Confidence Index on Tuesday. Economists will be looking for signs of whether consumers have cut back in the face of higher prices and elevated interest rates. Consumer spending remains the largest driver of the U.S. economy. On Wednesday, all eyes will be on the Federal Reserve as it concludes a 2-day meeting with a decision on interest rates. Economists expect Chair Kevin Warsh to announce no change in rates, but markets will be listening for any clues as to future moves as inflation and oil prices rise. We'll get jobless claims on Thursday, as well as the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the PCE price index. And big tech earnings reports take center stage this week. We'll hear from the likes of Microsoft, Meta, Apple, and Amazon. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And stock futures looking really good. Dow futures are plus 545 right now. The NASDAQ futures up 476. S&P futures, they're plus 76 points. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, the roads are looking good so far. I don't see any delays so far on the major roadways heading into Nashville. You may find some ponding, however, on the roads. Some of that rain was pretty heavy at times overnight. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well and welcome on in to a Monday, July 27th. I don't know, it kind of feels like a Monday. We had all kinds of rain and thunder and lightning on the way in. We had some nice dead air on the radio station for about 30 minutes or so before we came on, and they eventually got things back on track. But it's great to be here again for a Monday. You know who's going to be really feeling like it's Monday today?
Who's that?
Dr. Anthony Fauci. So, you know, his Rand Paul has released his diaries.
That's amazing that he did that. Truly.
Have you read some of this stuff?
I haven't gotten into it yet.
So remember that Rand Paul has a special pair of handcuffs as, he never bought into Fauci's lockdowns and mask mandates and all that kind of stuff. But, just remember back when Fauci was, he's clearly always going to be relevant. But, back during COVID, and Dr. Anthony Fauci was everywhere, right? And so there wasn't a camera, there wasn't a microphone, there wasn't an interview that Dr. Anthony Fauci did not agree to. And we all knew this. I bet you knew this, Joan, in Washington, D.C., where I believe you were at the time of the COVID.
Yeah.
So you look at these diaries, and there's a couple of things. Number one, clear obsession with his growing fame. He fangirled over Barbara Streisand.
What?
So apparently he was gushing about how he was able to explain what Alexa was to Barbara Streisand, and about how he accidentally butt dialed Barbara Streisand. That led to a discussion about the various vaccines and so forth. So he was really excited about being accepted by Hollywood's elite and by the leftists, the Democrats, all that kind of stuff. So he was very excited about fame. He also gushed about being called sexy in comments to an Instagram post about Tyra Banks as well. This is a quote from Anthony Fauci's diary. You ready?
Ready.
One person said that Tyra was sexy, but that he said, was even more sexy than she was. He said of the comments, which he admitted were often mean and vicious, but in one of the comments, they said that he was, more sexy than Tyra Banks.
What did he say it like tongue in cheek or
No?
he was
Apparently he was serious. I mean, it was written words, so I really don't know, but
as a woman,
yes.
I can tell you that Dr. Anthony Fauci is not sexy. Not even a little bit.
As a man, I can tell you that I also don't find him sexy.
Yeah.
Fauci also, by the way, they say from Fox News, comments on his own fame in general, including one post on April 7th of 2020, nearly a month after the pandemic began. This is a quote. Press still hot and heavy about me. Multiple stories per day, directly or indirectly involving me, Fauci wrote. He described the national and international fame is explosive and really unimaginable by May 21st. In other words, people are like dying.
Yeah.
And lockdowns are, I have a timeline of COVID in front of me, but people are dying. And this is a worldwide emergency. And he is really excited that the media is still
focused on him.
Hot and heavy about him.
Oh, my God.
In late June of 2020, Fauci writes in one entry that he's been asked to participate on ABC's Dancing with the Stars. He never did that, did he?
I don't think so.
Was Fauci? Because I'm not somebody who watches Dancing with the Stars. Can you fact check? He was never on Dancing with the Stars, was he? Sam? The Diaries, by the way, have been released.
It says no. I just checked.
Okay, so Joan checked it?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, sometimes a man has got to know his limitations. And Dr. Anthony Fauci, apparently, he understood that Dancing with the Stars would not be good for him. The diaries have been released as part of Senator Rand Paul's investigation into Fauci. And days before he testifies in front of the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, that is happening on Wednesday. Paul is the Homeland Security Committee chair. Oh, he is so...
It's gonna be something.
Well, because, I mean, and I've got some of the more serious allegations, but the problem for Fauci is that, you know, he's testified under oath before, but now we have all of this diary information. We have all of these diary entries that, I mean, some of these apparently fly in the face of what he testified. So this is going to be a problem for Dr. Anthony Fauci. There was one diary entry, May 21st of 2020. And he talks about, this is like insidious and gross. Anthony Fauci speaks of the COVID deaths of upwards of 20,000 in the U.S. and then goes on to talk about a flattering piece in the Washington Post.
No.
Yeah. He also says
gross.
I know it's gross. He says the following: my national and international fame is explosive and unimaginable. So he's obviously sort of reveling in it. Yeah. He says, it's not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the world. Also the most recognized. This is after he's documenting the number of dead.
Oh my.
Which, by the way,
Goodness.
on the backdrop of all of this, of course, is the thought that he actually funded the gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab that unleashed COVID on the world.
Yeah.
So he's the guy who has all of this, I mean, I guess fame, if that's what you want to talk about. I would say infamous at this point. But he's talking about all of the fame and all of the glowing reviews that he's getting from the Washington Post. But the reality is that the accusation is that he funded what he is talking about, as he is denying any involvement, by the way. He says POTUS, which at the time was Donald Trump, was enamored with him, even though he, as in Fauci, takes the spotlight off of him. So Fauci is like, you know, Donald Trump he just loves me, even though I'm taking the spotlight off of him. He just loves me. And boy, that was a short-lived love affair. That was, and obviously there's a lot of conservatives, a lot of Republicans who started looking side-eye at Fauci, I think pretty early. I mean, you were in Washington, D.C. at this time, right? I think so.
Yeah, so...
What was the mood in D.C. as far as Fauci goes?
So on the radio station that I was at, and it was a huge operation radio station, we interviewed Dr. Fauci all the time before COVID happened. He was a regular on our radio station. And when COVID began, he was also with us. And then as things progressed and things got more serious, we stopped having availability with him.
Because you were only radio, Joan.
Right, I know. We did not contribute to his fame and fortune.
You weren't yes. At the time MSNBC or CNN. I'm sure Fox had him on too. I mean, I got to be fair.
But the media in Washington, D.C. hung on his every word, like he was still God, small g, of the medical world, according to Washington, D.C. And I think he probably still is.
Oh, yeah. The leftists still think that he is small g God.
Yeah.
I think of Dr. Anthony Fauci and I think GD, if you know what I'm talking about. So clearly, Fauci was enamored with his newfound fame. There is also some entries, though, that many would call incriminating. Rand Paul, for one. I've got some great audio from Rand Paul coming up. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, we're looking at no delays so far this morning on the major roadways heading in. Everything looks really good, except that you may run into some water ponding on the roadways because of the overnight rains. It was pretty heavy in some spots. Just be careful as you go in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joe now, because we were so early, we were planning on going on early because Red Eye Radio had gone to dead air for a little bit. I did not get my forecast from the official Joan Jones forecast
I can't believe it.
text messaging. So
Slacker.
I know. So what is the forecast for today?
Yeah, we're looking at some rain ending this morning. It may even be on its way out right now. Breaks of sunshine this afternoon. A hot day ahead. It's going to be 94. It's going to be humid as well.
All right, very good. Thank you, Joan. 516 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Rand Paul is absolutely licking his chops, waiting to get Anthony Fauci in front of him once again with the under oath. Do you think anything's going to happen with Fauci? You think he's finally going to be hauled off in handcuffs? Remember that Joe Biden, I don't either. Remember that Joe Biden gave him, was it a 10 or a 15-year pardon? I can't remember now.
Yeah.
But he's basically been pardoned by Joe Biden. But Rand Paul was making the rounds Wednesday. He is going to be chairing that committee where Dr. Anthony Fauci is going to be testifying. And Paul was asked, the senator was asked over the weekend, okay, so what can we expect? And this is what he said. Here we go. Come on, man. Come on.
It's going well so far, Dan.
You know, I think
Monday.
Okay, so something weird's going on with this computer in here because I tried to play audio earlier and it wouldn't work. And now this is happening. So, oh God, the circle of death. I just saw the circle of death. I wonder if I
might need a reboot.
Is this a reboot situation?
Did you have to sign in and everything when you came in?
Yeah, I did. I resigned. Oh, did this thing update on us? I got it. You know, this is. What if I move it? It's not moving it over here. I'm going to do a darn bit of good either, is it? You know what the great thing is, Joan? I woke up this morning at like 11:45. Hey, Sam, do me a favor. See if you can get on. All my stuff is posted to my X. Can you look and see if it'll play on your computer? If it'll play on your computer, then we can carry on. But I did have to sign on this morning, and this is what happens when Anyway, so bottom line is Rand Paul is talking about how there's a lot of things that Dr. Anthony Fauci has said that, in these diaries that contradict what he said on under oath.
I expect him to dissemble. I expect him to filibuster, but I don't expect him to be honest. He has not been honest in the last 6 years. But we have the evidence now that he destroyed records, that he encouraged others to destroy records. We have evidence and the opinion of many of the people who worked around with him that the research that was funded in China and Wuhan was dangerous, gain-of-function research, and that this was perhaps the worst public health decision made in our lifetime, maybe in history, to fund this research in a totalitarian country, an opaque country with a less than safe lab and very, very dangerous research. So this was a terrible decision. And we know it was made consciously because Fauci has told us repeatedly that he supports this research. Even if an accident should happen, even if a pandemic should occur, he thinks that the knowledge is worth the risk. And I think the lives of 15 million people who died approximately would counter that, would say, well, maybe we should question whether the knowledge gained was worth 15 million lives.
All right. So, I mean, obviously, we all know what happened. Now, remember when Fauci, he insisted that the wet market was the source of COVID. And others were saying, no, it pretty much looks like it escaped from the lab. And of course, we were called tinfoil hatters and the rest of it. Early on, he discounted the wet market theory, even though in public and in interviews, he kept saying the origins was the wet market. In the diaries, he actually talks about how, yeah, this may have come from the lab. On February 1st of 2020, there was a conference call where he wrote in his diaries that many scientists on this call felt that the Chinese could have actually deliberately inserted COVID into its population. He never admitted to that publicly. Rand Paul writing this, the call that produced proximal origin, 12 scientists, only 2 concluded it was natural, per Fauci's own notes. The rest felt that deliberate insertion was possible. This was never a 50-50 room. And again, that's talking about proximal origin. On February 3rd of 2020, he says that the Chinese, this is Dr. Anthony Fauci now, that the Chinese failed to tell him about asymptomatic people transiting the virus. He says that lie from the Chinese meant that he gave out false information and likely allowed the outbreak to take hold. On March 15th of 2020, Dr. Anthony Fauci wrote this after talking about death numbers. He said, big day. I kid you not, Joan. He talked about the death numbers and the thousands of people that were dying. He then says, big day in capital letters. I did all 5 Sunday shows today.
Oh, my gosh.
My third Fauci 5 is what he called it, the Fauci 5. He said he was on This Week with ABC, Meet the Press on NBC, Face the Nation on CBS, Fox with Chris Wallace, and on CNN. He also wrote that he was confident that COVID, and this was on May 23rd of 2021, he wrote that he was confident that COVID was not caused by his grant to the Wuhan lab. Now, remember, the accusation is that his grant funded gain-of-function research that ultimately caused the COVID virus, which then escaped and killed millions. So these are just some of the things, and that is consistent with what he has said in public. But these are just some of the things that Rand Paul has released. Coming up Wednesday, July 29th, he's going to be able to talk about all of his diary entries, and he's going to be confronted by Rand Paul about all of these entries, and he's going to be under oath, and he's going to have to talk about all of this information. Sam?
So you asked Joan earlier if she thinks maybe he'll be escorted out in handcuffs. If we look back on the pardon, it ran for a decade till January 19th of 2025. So Rand Paul is playing this, let's test the pardon game. So if he perjures himself in front of a committee in this next go around, well, now you're outside of the window of the pardon. So they can charge you if you perjure yourself, and they have probable cause to do so. The other thing that Rand Paul is encouraging is for the DOJ to go ahead and indict him because of this blanketed, this pardon covers Anthony Fauci for any federal offense committed from 2014 to 2025. But it was done by an auto pen, so they want to challenge the constitutionality of it.
This might be...
And that would open the floodgates to anybody.
I was going to say, this might be the challenge to the auto pen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this could be the pin that gets the rest of the pins to fall down if, and I think Rand Paul masterclass in releasing this was, by the way, who diaries
Yeah.
in general as a grown adult man? Who's sitting there, no, Barbara Streisand to help her with Amazon, Alexa. I mean, and how did you diary in a way that was accessible for the...
I was going to say, like, why in God's green earth would you, like, who has a diary that it can then be absconded by the DOJ? Is that who got it? I don't know who got the...
Whatever committee Rand Paul's the chair of.
Well, so a lot of this came from Tulsi Gabbard. So if I remember right, Tulsi Gabbard, she resigned. Remember that whole thing? She left. Her husband sick, whatever. And then... But she left behind a lot of information, and Rand Paul got this information. He then chose to release it 2 days before Fauci is going to testify in front of the... And, let's be honest. Fauci is a science nerd, right? Remember, Joan,
I represent the science.
Yeah. He is science. That's Dr. Anthony Fauci. So he's always been a nerd. So all of a sudden, you're running around in the same circles with... Babs Streisand, and you're being called sexy by some. And
on Tuesday, I wore my Star Trek undies. They made me feel a little more supported when I was in the lab.
There you go.
That was actually very good.
That was good. I see. I don't want to. Here's the problem. I don't want to encourage him because he'll never stop.
Yes.
That's the problem, Joan.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. Let me go ahead and play the next soundbite on that. Go ahead.
He will be under oath, and he's compelled to tell the truth. If he doesn't tell the truth, there are repercussions. He was pardoned for a 10-year period. This is an extraordinary pardon. The only other person in history we know to get a pardon like this would be Hunter Biden. So if nothing else in history, he'll be remembered as in the same category as Hunter Biden, receiving a vague pardon over a 10-year period. But when he comes to testify, he'll be under oath, and anything he says there can be judged, and will have to be judged as to whether he's telling the truth.
You ever heard of a perjury trap, Joan?
Yes, I have.
So here's my thing. I don't know if they need to trap him into perjury. They might just be able to compare the diaries with what he has testified before. But so I don't know if they need to trap him into perjury. It may just come naturally. But one way or another, Fauci is going to be ready. It is 5:26 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll take a look at what's happening this morning in Iran, between the U.S. and Iran. There's been a pause in the fighting. What's happening over there right now? Coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is 5:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It'll be sunny and hot and humid today. Our high going to around 95 degrees. There are no negotiations taking place at the moment between the U.S. and Iran, but there is a pause in the fighting.
For 2 straight days, no U.S. strikes on Iranian territory and no Iranian attacks on American bases in the region. A pause that President Trump's UN ambassador, Mike Waltz, told Meet the Press is designed to encourage diplomacy.
What the president is doing right now, as we've seen all along, is giving some talks some space.
That's NBC's Richard Engel reporting. A police officer in East Tennessee under arrest, charged with child neglect. That officer with the Newport Police Department, named Alexander Lane, says he fell asleep on his sofa around midnight on Saturday night, didn't wake up until 10 a.m. By then, one of his 3 kids, a 2-year-old, had opened the home's front door and walked to a home about 1/10 of a mile away. The child had been gone for about 3 hours when the father contacted police. Lane has been arrested and charged. He has posted bond. And several kids attending a YMCA summer camp in East Orange, New Jersey were sickened after they allegedly consumed suspected mushroom-laced edibles.
Cynthia Cunningham rushing her 12-year-old daughter to the hospital after getting the call from the East Orange YMCA camp that her child was given drug-laced chocolate by another camper.
It's about 13 children. They, for lack of better words, they look like zombies. It was really sad.
Cunningham says her child stayed in the hospital until doctors determined that she was absolutely fine. But she questions why the YMCA was allowed to reopen 1 day later, with this all still being a very active investigation.
ABC reporter Tony Yates there. Now, East Orange police say that a suspect has been identified, but no charges yet filed, and the investigation is ongoing. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Getting a little slow on 24 westbound, also in Antioch on Old Hickory Boulevard at Logistics Way. You've got a crash to deal with there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:38, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on into a Monday, July 27th. And people on the Super Text line, Jones, saying, boy, it sure does feel like a Monday.
It's a ridiculous Monday.
So we went through 30 minutes of dead air about an hour ago. And
after it sounded like World War II outside of people's houses with the lightning and thunder.
The lightning and thunder going crazy this morning. I thought we had been knocked off the air by the lightning and thunder. It turned out to be something, I guess, I don't want to bash the network, but apparently maybe possibly the network in its infinite wisdom decided to reboot something at the network level and it knocked all the radio stations off.
Yeah.
So like WMAL, WJR, WTN, all these great radio stations suddenly had dead air.
Oh, everybody had dead air.
Apparently so. And then, of course, my computer was not playing audio or video. We have rebooted everything, and everything is now working as it needs to here in the mighty WTN studio. Hey, everybody, it's time for Joan's World. All right, so Joan, this is where Joan gets to pick the topics, and I have not necessarily gone over these topics. I may know of them, but I haven't really thought about them. So anyway, Joan, which one do you want to do first?
All right, start at the top because this is the most amazing, disgusting story I think I've heard ever.
Okay.
Governor Tim Walz has backed this project at the University of Minnesota where some researchers came up with a way to create, they call them My Gender Dolls.
My Gender Doll. Okay, you want to go ahead and play the thing?
Children, yes, let's do it.
There we go.
This is the video.
My name's Ashley, and I'm excited to talk to you about a project we've been working on at the National Center for Gender Spectrum Health called My Gender Dolls.
So, I could just tell you, if you're listening on the radio, one of these kids, it says My Gender Dolls, and one of these kids is black and is missing a tooth, and the other person is like green.
Yeah.
Like, is turning green a sign of like gender dysphoria?
Well, Dan,
it's
just a person of color.
Green? Green is a color. Okay.
Green's a color.
These dolls were designed by transgender and gender diverse artists. They are intended to be a therapeutic tool for transgender and gender diverse kids to explore how they see themselves or how they'd like to see themselves in terms of gender identity and gender expression. The My Gender Dolls are made up of multiple layers, and the first of these are the bodies. Because all kids should be able to see themselves represented, we have lots of different options for skin tones and body size.
So skin tones. So they made somebody green. Okay, that's number one.
Okay, yeah.
Number two, they're really awkward. There's if you're listening on the radio, the video features like naked kids. They're drawings. They're drawings. But they don't have any genitalia.
Yeah, they're smooth everywhere.
Well, you know why, Dan?
Because apparently, I guess it's all interchangeable.
It's all genitalia is interchangeable.
Okay, here we go.
Along with the choice of bodies, the My Gender Dolls also include genitals. This is important because kids can learn that all gender identities and gender expressions are valid, no matter how your body looks. There are lots of different ways to be a girl, a boy, or anywhere along a gender spectrum.
This is so weird and awkward.
That? There are many different ways that you can be a boy.
I would like to know how. Like, they just say these things, but they just don't make any sense.
So, are you ready? I mean, it'll play on, but there's removable genitalia that you can place on these dolls.
Like a Mr. Potato Head?
Like a Mr. Potato Head. That's what I was going to say. Yes. So I can... Okay, here we go.
Another layer to the dolls is the internal reproductive parts. It is important for kids to learn about what's on the inside of their bodies. Bodies are amazing, and there's so many different kinds. Let's keep layering. Clothes. We all have to get dressed.
And of course, there's a boy with a dress on.
Well,
Gender expression.
What do you say, Joe?
you don't necessarily have to wear clothes if you're in a pride festival and you want to be naked, because we've seen pictures of all of that.
We keep seeing.
Is our way of telling the world how we want to be seen. My gender dolls have a lot of clothing and style choices. Kids learn that regardless of gender identity, they can express themselves in lots of ways. Every article of clothing and accessory works with all sizes of bodies. So what's next for my gender dolls? Well,
therapy.
So hold on.
Can these dolls go to therapy? That's what I want to know.
These dolls are actually going into classrooms.
If you backtrack the speaker, because I don't know what the speaker is, the speaker says my gender dolls have an array of different outfits. So a grown person is messing with
yes,
a genitalia related material on a child doll, and that's
nothing to see there.
Nope.
Nope.
We want to continue to hire transgender and gender diverse artists to expand the range of doll options. With continued funding, the goal is to make this resource available to gender therapists who will work with kids to facilitate gender identity.
You mean the gender therapist that tell you, oh, like a 6-year-old boy that says, I think I'm a girl. Oh, and then lean right into it.
Yep.
Let's start getting the hormone blockers and all that stuff.
What she said, all we need is a little more money to help confuse the snot out of your child.
That's all they need, Joan, is more funding.
And gender expression exploration. You can help support this work by making a gift to the National Center for Gender Spectrum Health.
Or you can call the National Spectrum Gender Health, whatever, and let them know your thoughts.
Is there anything else that you want me to keep playing this, Joan?
No, but I just want you to know that this project it's
approved,
being touted by and approved by Governor Tim Walz, and children in Minnesota are now going to be given gender dolls where they can remove they can take the parts off of a boy and put the parts of a girl on that boy. All they want.
So weird.
Hey, Governor, we solved this in 1990 with Kindergarten Cop.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
Do I wonder if they're going to try to ban that movie in Minnesota?
I bet they will.
Oh, my goodness. And yeah, Tim Walz was all in. This is what they're doing in Minnesota.
Yep.
Don't you know? All right, very good. Next.
All right, let's move on to go to the third one down, because we mentioned Pride Festival. Well, I'm sure you heard about the shooting at the Pride Festival in Germany over the weekend. It was, and God bless them, they came out and said, hey, this is Islamic terrorism.
They actually did. In my notes, I said, oh, look, another religion of peace update.
Yes. Okay, this is somebody speaking in German. But I want to tell you what she's saying. She's a singer at a memorial for the victims of that gunfire. She's actually saying in this clip that she had hoped that it wasn't a foreigner who did this, but a Christian white person who drove the car into the people. I said it was a shooting. It was a car ramming incident.
So
she was hoping that it was a Christian white person, not the person that it was.
What is wrong with these people?
She's actually crying over it too.
So she's not crying over the people that I think 2 people. How many? Do we know how many people died in this whole thing in Germany?
Look.
I haven't. Yeah. So because there's also something that happened in Seattle over the weekend.
Yes.
But she's not crying over the dead or the injured. She's crying over the fact that it was something done in the name of the religion of peace.
Yes.
Yes,
2 people were killed and 3 seriously injured.
In Germany.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Awful.
Have they captured the guy? Because last I heard it was a manhunt.
No, they killed him.
Oh,
He's been killed.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
He's going to go out and get his 72 virgins.
Again, the Quran never specifies if they're women.
So funny. Can you imagine?
Go up to the one above that one.
Yep.
It's a man who wants to enter his car into this California car show. Now, this is a bit long, but you can get the gist of it right away. He's got this old car, and I don't know what it is, but he has on the car windows those flags that you can put in the car windows and roll up the window and the flag stays.
Yep.
They're American flags.
Oh, no.
Hello. Hi, how's it going? I'm recording, by the way. I'm Jorge. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jorge.
Nice to meet you.
I'm the general manager here at the Galita location.
Okay.
So, part of this event is that we do keep it apolitical. It's not a targeting thing whatsoever. If someone were to pull up with the same, like the opposite end of, what you believe in, we would also ask them to take it down.
So they're saying that the American flag is a political symbol.
Yes, it's political.
That is so amazing. And they're saying, oh no, this is an apolitical event.
So I believe in the President of the United States.
That has nothing to do with this event, and it's nothing against you. We're not trying to cause any problems. We don't want to make you feel alienated. The whole point is that we just keep it open for everybody and apolitical, and
it's just
sure that everyone is comfortable and everyone is able to come hang out.
So apparently he has a Trump flag on there as well.
Oh, I see.
Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty comfortable because I'm in America. That's an American flag, and that's American president. That's all, and that's his It's American car right here. This is a 1969 Chevy Nova.
Absolutely, yeah. So I completely hear you. This again, I don't want you to feel like this is a targeted thing. This is just a part of the event.
Do you know what I wish somebody would have done? Is because he had to have known this was going to happen.
Oh, I think he did.
I wish he would have had a buddy roll up with like an Obama flag and see if they did the same thing.
Well, there are photos on the internet of the organization that put this on just a week before had another event, and there were pride flags all over the place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm shocked her brain didn't implode because she's discriminating against what I would believe and assume to be a Hispanic American gentleman. His name's Jorge.
Yes.
He has a slight California accent to him.
Mm-hmm.
I thought her brain would have imploded over that.
Such a racist she is.
Yeah.
All right, next. So the last one is a confused student driver. And I can actually relate to this. So go ahead, Joan.
Yeah. So this is from the perspective of the driving instructor he's got the video running of a girl that he's trying to give driving lessons to.
I'm confused.
Show me your left foot.
This is my left foot.
Which one?
This one.
That's your left foot?
I mean, this my.
Honey, that's your right foot.
I'm trying to see which one I right with.
Yes, folks. These are the folks I got to teach how to drive. The ones that still got to think about what hand they right with to understand which is left and right. Let's start this from the beginning. New drivers, pay attention.
It goes on to show this girl, she does not know the difference between right and left. Like, totally does not know.
Okay, so this is, I don't want to throw my daughter under the bus. She has birthed 2 children and held many, many jobs. And she's actually a really good card dealer. She works in casinos, that kind of thing. She cannot tell me her left from her right unless she really thinks about it somehow. And suddenly it makes sense why she's been in so many car accidents.
I think it's an age thing because my daughter also cannot tell the left from the right.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this is a smart girl. She does not know. She has to go, do the left with the L thing to determine which is left and which is right with her fingers.
L thing?
I'm noticing a trend here.
If you put your L on your forehead, you're a loser.
Yeah.
If she can do that, she goes, oh, that's the left hand.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
So I have to tell my daughter who's left-handed.
Yeah.
You write with your left hand. Your right hand is your not dominant hand.
Yeah.
But then she gets confused because I'm using the word right.
Yeah.
And the 2 different forms of right.
Yeah. It's
W-R-I-T-E and R-I-G-H-T. Yeah. And it's like, oh my God, I don't even know. So then when she was younger and I was teaching her how to drive, I thought, okay, maybe I get her like a ring for either her left hand or her right hand.
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To figure out, okay, so your ring is on your left hand or whatever. And driving with her terrifies me. And she has the audacity to say, she and Amy both have the audacity to say that my driving is terrifying. My daughter doesn't know the difference between left and right. And she says, oh, I'm terrifying. It's like, honey, make a left. And she'll make a right. It's like, it drives me absolutely crazy. So whenever I go to visit her, it's like, hey, Dad, you want me to drive? No, I'll drive. We'll put all the baby seats in my car and I'll do the driving because I value my life.
And notice how no one has any sons with this problem.
Oh, That's interesting. I wonder if it is a female thing.
Well, and the other issue that I want to point out with this is don't train your child how to drive in a Tesla. The Tesla drives itself.
They're teaching this girl in a Tesla how to drive. So he's trying to tell her, put your left foot. I don't understand this. You put your left foot through the brake pedal?
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Is he teaching her to drive two-footed like a go-kart?
Well, it may be some like a fitted, like retrofitted with something, some gear to help students learn. I don't know.
All right. So real quick, 3506 says, help me, please. My power has been out since 10:20 last night in Lyles, Tennessee. Can you all get some information for us? Is there power outages? We're looking real quick.
Yeah, but there were only
3506.
like a couple hundred.
Well, apparently 3506 is one of them.
Is Lyles in the Cumberland Plateau area?
That's Hickman.
Hickman, not in the area that I thought. Okay, I'm going to get on it.
I mean, there wasn't a lot.
We had some in Robertson County last night. Some people on my street, some things went down.
Okay.
So there were probably a few hundred locally throughout the whole Middle Tennessee area because those winds were moving.
Yeah.
And there was obviously some. All right. You said you didn't hear or see any of this lightning last night.
Me? No.
Yeah. I mean, it was like I couldn't go to sleep. My dog couldn't go to sleep. I had to earmuff the poor thing. The ground was shaking.
I don't know if all this hit Middle Tennessee or not Middle, where I live in Mount Juliet.
I think it may have tapered off by then. It came down from Kentucky. So if you were from Clarksville down, kind of going out west towards Dixon, Lyles, that area type of thing.
Okay.
You were probably in the path of it at some point and probably did take some poles down. There was some flash flooding risk and stuff last night.
All right.
So Meriwether Lewis Electric Cooperative is who takes care of that area, and they list 0 outages.
So in other words, the problem 3506 is that it might be your particular home's equipment or infrastructure. Like maybe he or she's got a breaker problem.
Could be.
Could that be it?
We had that issue when the ice pulled all the lines down. Some boxes on people's houses were pulled off as well. And the line companies aren't going to touch that. That's where you got to have an electrician come out.
So 3506, I hate to tell you this, but it sounds like you need an electrician.
Yeah, there are apparently maybe 300 outages in the Cumberland Plateau area, but that's all that I've seen so far this morning.
So 5305 says, all right, so good luck 3506 and
yeah,
let us know. Hopefully you can get it back up. So 5305 always has to apparently do the lefty-loosey, righty-tighty thing.
Oh, I always do that.
Do you have to do that, Sam?
When you get underneath the car and everything gets flipped backwards, yeah, sometimes.
I do that when I'm turning on the spigot outside.
But I have a socket wrench and you flip it to the right.
Do you know what's so
right.
Do you know what's so funny? Like I'm the least mechanical person you'll ever find. I don't have to do that. Like lefty loosey, I don't have to do that. I know.
I wonder if there's something in the brain that like goes crazy.
Here's the great thing is, Joan, that most people that know me will tell you there's nothing in my brain, actually. It's 5:55. Joan's got the news coming up at 6 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, you mentioned that shooting in Seattle. I've got the latest update on what happened there at a food festival over the weekend. It's coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A delicate pause in the U.S.-Iran war as diplomatic efforts have intensified, though there's growing concern that the war is once again expanding. We've got ABC's Karen Hua reporting from Washington.
Iran is now protesting after Ukraine attacked an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea, claiming it was carrying drone and missile components. And in the Red Sea, global shipping traffic is slowing after Iran-backed Houthi rebels claimed attacks on Saudi oil facilities and tankers.
Now, Iran's foreign ministry is calling weekend talks with the U.S. ally Oman fruitful, with both sides working on a plan to keep ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz. 3 people were killed, 4 others injured in Seattle in what police believe was a shootout between a pair of gunmen at a food festival. The gunfire sent people scattering in all directions.
We went inside the first building because we saw a few people going to a building. So we went in there and we went down the stairs and we just hid in the garage.
Now, one person is in custody, another is still missing, though, and one of the injured is a toddler. Apparently, Seattle was the center of the universe over the weekend. The city was also in the news for a daring parachute jump.
Police say the 2 men bought tickets Friday night for the observation deck, then came out of a bathroom with helmets and gear, climbed over glass barriers, and backflipped off the ledge. Witnesses stunned.
They were running towards the glass and they jumped up. And that's when Jacob was like, they're climbing up. And I'm like, oh my God, go watch Emerson, go.
It comes just weeks after 2 daredevils climbed the Empire State Building and unfurled a banner. They're due back in court next month. As for the Seattle case, police say the men will face criminal charges once they're taken into custody.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah reporting. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A weekend pause in the fighting between the U.S. and Iran has pushed down oil prices and driven up stock futures. After a mixed showing Friday, the major averages were all set to begin this week on a higher note. As it prepares to go public on the stock exchange of Hong Kong, fashion retailer Shein has reported a $99 million loss in the first quarter of this year, compared to a net income of $395 million a year earlier. The company blames U.S. tariffs. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is lifting its ban on imports of cattle from Mexico in an attempt to lower beef prices. The blockade was imposed more than a year ago to keep out the flesh-eating New World screwworm. The pest did eventually arrive. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey dominated the box office for a second consecutive weekend, pulling in $87 million. Meanwhile, Pixar's Toy Story 5 reached a major milestone, officially crossing the $1 billion mark worldwide. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning are looking pretty good. We've got Dow futures plus 561 at the moment. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still working a crash scene in Antioch on Old Hickory Boulevard at Logistics Way. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in to your Monday. It is July 27th. You know, day after day, we see ramifications of Joe Biden's open border policies and, of course, the sanctuary cities that protect them. Well, here's another one, just briefly, because, you know, I feel like at this point we know. We all know. We know. But it's like and I've said this before, every single day. A new story of two Venezuelans living in America illegally. Shocking, said no one. They ran over a grandmother in a parking lot. Yep, this actually happened in the state of Florida, Publix parking lot in the state of Florida. 82 years old, Deborah Murphy, was walking through a crosswalk outside of a Publix in Panama City Beach in May when she was struck by a Toyota 4Runner driven allegedly by 26-year-old Venezuelan national Carlos Suarez Contreras. According to court records, the SUV knocked the elderly woman to the ground before continuing in reverse, running her over, according to an arrest affidavit. So again, I mean, this is one of those stories, unfortunately, an innocent American being killed by an illegal alien. And again, this happens. It's almost on a daily basis we have these stories. So we all know that the Democrat Socialists of America, right? We all know that the Democrats, they want open borders, they want no deportations, and they want to abolish the prisons. Now, the reason why you have to keep mentioning what is going on with American people who are killed inadvertently or otherwise by illegal aliens is because it is important to talk about the difference between Republicans and Democrats when it comes to illegal aliens and immigration policy in America. And so this particular story out of Florida touches all three of those major policy initiatives. Conservatives want closed borders. Conservatives want deportations, obviously, and we want prisons. The Democrats want the exact opposite. Now, it is important to note that illegal aliens over the past, Trump's been in office now, a year and a half? Illegal aliens have been captured and charged with a variety of violent crime. Remember, and we've talked about all this. You ready? Homicide, murder, including negligent manslaughter, rape and sexual assault, child sex offenses, including sexual abuse of a minor, fondling and related pedophilia convictions, aggravated assault and battery, including domestic violence, robbery, kidnapping, drug trafficking, gang-related violent crimes like MS-13. You've got weapons offenses, cruelty to children, and child abuse. It goes on and on. So when the Democrats say that they want to abolish prisons, they want to abolish deportations, and they want open borders, then they are advocating for all of these crimes, many that have been perpetuated against Americans. So Tom Homan, there's audio out there, I think it was over the weekend, has been saying that they have been supermaxing deportations. Okay, that's great. The numbers are nowhere near we wanted them as far as mass deportations go. Stephen Miller, though, says that the numbers of deportations, they actually don't tell the whole story. This is what Stephen Miller has to say from the Trump administration.
Something that your audience may not know is that USCIS has undertaken the largest ever project of revetting every foreign national who was admitted in prior years for ties to terrorism, ties to jihadism, also ties to drugs, to gangs, to cartels. So it's not just that they're deporting illegal aliens. is they're systematically re-vetting, re-interviewing, and reassessing the millions of refugees, LPRs, foreign visitors, and others who came here from the third world, from the regions that are known for Islamic terrorism, from the failed states of the planet. They're re-vetting, re-interviewing, reanalyzing.
I mean, I like that. I do. Now, remember, I think, is it Andy Ogles? I think it's Andy Ogles. He appeared on my show where he was talking about he had put in for some legislation. He had sponsored some legislation where, and the Trump administration was all about it. I believe the whole thing died in the Senate, of course. But I think part of the what the Republicans want to do is you want to look at these folks that we're allowing to come into our country. And effectively what we're saying is, what can you do for us? Instead of all of these illegal aliens and all of these people coming into our country, with visas or otherwise, saying, hey, America, what can you do for me? A lot of conservatives are saying, what can you do for us? And I like that. So where have all of these illegal aliens come from? I mean, I mentioned it all on, I think, Thursday or Friday. You've got Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, of course, Honduras, China, goes on and on. So a revetting is good, but the question ultimately is, to what end? By the way, you heard Stephen Miller talk about USCIS. That is the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, revetting all of these illegal aliens. We're revetting, but okay, let's say that we revet. All right, then what? I mean, we have so many people that are here illegally. Then we have so many people that are here legally and taking advantage of the system or getting benefits through their state, like California, where illegal aliens are getting state benefits through federally funded programs. Or they take advantage of state programs like we saw in Minnesota, funded by federal tax dollars. I mean, it goes on and on.
Just this week alone, from the last report I got, there were 1,000 immigration benefits that were terminated based on public safety, national security eligibility grounds that had been previously issued by another administration. So yes, the ICE numbers are climbing up steadily. Financial enforcement. So we're beginning the process right now of working with our financial institutions under the president's executive order to cut off illegal alien financing. You also see we've issued $81 billion in fines to illegal aliens for failing to depart, and that is now going through a civil collections process. But again, in addition to that, the president understands that the quality, character, and nature of immigration, past and present, is what spells what the future quality and character of our nation is. So there is a unprecedented effort happening beneath the waterline to look at the tens of millions of people that were let in previously to see who rightfully belongs here.
All right, so Stephen Miller, of course, we talk about America first, right? What is America first? And what is that agenda? Let's not forget that the entire concept is about helping Americans live a better life. You, me, your children, your grandchildren. So letting in, whether we're talking about illegal aliens, whether we're talking about, visa programs, but letting in all of these folks is just stupid. And it does not put America first. And Donald Trump knows that. You know that. J.D. Vance knows that. Remember last month, we found that the Federal Reserve, this angered me to no end, reported that 30% of the cost of increase in home prices and 20% of the rent increases in apartments and so forth, they were due to illegal immigration. So that illegal immigration made rent or home prices higher for you, your children, and your grandchildren. And then there's this. Did you hear what the folks of Judicial Watch, I love Judicial Watch, what they uncovered over the weekend? Oh, wait till you hear this. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, breaks of sun this afternoon, a high of 95. Going to be humid as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So Judicial Watch comes out with this regarding illegal alien minors, illegal alien kids. Health and Human Services just got another $258 million to support illegal alien children living in the U.S. And that is in addition to $500 million last year. So all of this, the whole point of this is to talk about how illegal aliens and mass deportation and all of this does remain a major difference between the Republicans and the Democrats or the socialists or the communists, whatever you want to call them. The Democrats are all for this. The Democrats want to increase funding for illegal aliens. They don't want any borders. They want to give mass amnesty. That's what they are about. Shannon Bream had one of the national co-chairs of the Socialist Democrats on to talk about their plans for immigration with a few true or false questions about their platform. Listen to this.
And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
So there you go. I mean, that was part of a longer thing where they said, yeah, do we want to abolish the Senate? Absolutely. Do we want to abolish the presidency? Absolutely. Do we want to expand the Supreme Court? Absolutely. I mean, it was, we went over their platform last week, so I don't feel like I need to go over it again. But I mean, bottom line is they want to fundamentally change America because they hate America. And so this is why the midterms is so important. I know there's so many of us, myself included, so ticked off about Iran, so angry about Iran. And I get it. But the midterms are still incredibly important because this is ultimately what is on the line. The Democrats couldn't have done us more of a favor as conservatives than to embrace the socialism, embrace the communism. Why? Because ultimately what it does is it really defines what the left is all about and what the left represents and what the right represents. And before you listen to the Democrats and before you listen to some in the media that say, oh, no, this is not really what the Democrat Party stands for, listen to what Senator Tim Kaine has to say about this infusion of communism means to him and by extension his party.
The Atlantic, though, has this headline saying the DSA is a parasite. They add if the Democrats want to root out the party within their party, they will need to stop indulging the DSA's constant passive-aggressive attempts to undermine them. This would require prohibiting DSA members from joining their party and throwing out the DSA members already honeycombed within it. Do you think they have a space within your party?
I do think the Democratic Party has always been known, and mostly this is good, sometimes it's not, as a Big Tent. And so I don't think that somebody says, I'm a DSA candidate, I don't think you should use that to throw them out. Why would you do that? Candidates have to rise and fall on their own merits. And so, whether you're a DSA member or a third-way Democrat or, I just call myself a small D Democrat, people have to put their platform before voters and try to be responsive to voters, and voters get to judge them. But to have a litmus test that if somebody says, hey, I'm a DSA member, they can't be part of the party, I strongly disagree with that.
So there you go, Tim Kaine.
I'm not shocked at all at his trying to obfuscate from the party there.
Mm-hmm. Well, part of he's saying, oh, well, we can't possibly have litmus tests. When you look at everything that the Democrat Socialists of America stand for, this goes far beyond, the litmus test. You literally have, I would say, within the Democrat Party, I'm not calling the DSA legit in the sense that I believe what they say, but there is a legit part of the Democrat Party that believes in open borders, believes in abolishing the Senate, believes in wide open borders and abolishing prisons, abolishing, ICE. All of that. They believe in all of that. And this is a legit part of the Democrat Party and is expanding. It is expanding big time. And yeah, you know what? You would think that the Democrats would say, maybe we don't want this as part of our party, but they've already embraced it, and they've embraced it big time. It is far too late. And so remember, it's far too late for the Democrats to say, oh, no, we can't have this at our party. So I bring you right back to the beginning of this entire segment, this entire monologue, where this 82-year-old woman innocently walking through a Publix parking lot when she was backed into, knocked to the ground, and then run over by a couple of illegal aliens from Venezuela. And you have the Democrats as a party, not just the DSA, but if the Democrats as a party are welcoming the Democrat Socialists of America into their party, then they're okay with this kind of carnage happening throughout America. Remember that as we head into the midterm elections. It is 6:22 on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, speaking of the midterms, Joan, August 6th, we're going to be out in Cool Springs in Murfreesboro at Hop Springs. And that's going to be August 6th. So it's going to be me, of course, Murphy Show, Chad, Chris Hand, and perhaps others from the radio station. I don't know who's coming and who's not. I know the four of us have to be there. And, we're going to be hosting listeners. So if you want to come out, hang out with us at Hop Springs. Do you know what's the great thing is about Hop Springs, Joan? Great thing about Hop Springs, I don't think we've ever had a sucky event at Hop Springs.
There you go.
I don't think we've never had a bad event. I should probably say bad event. We've never had a bad event at Hop Springs. Because, we've had bad events at other places for whatever reason. But Hop Springs is always a home run in Murfreesboro. And I think part of that is the good people of Rutherford County. They're big supporters of WTN. They're big supporters of, conservatism and all that kind of stuff. And people always come out. I always look forward to our events at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. Looking forward to seeing you there. Murphy Show is going to start his broadcast there beginning at 3. And then I guess we're going to go till about 10 o'clock. And so we'll be finding out more than likely who won the governor's race. And, because it's only a primary, but, even if on this radio station nobody likes the listeners and a lot of the hosts don't like Marsha Blackburn, she could actually end up winning, and we'll find out for sure on August 6th. If she ultimately wins the primary, then 99.999% chance she will be the governor for the state of Tennessee. So that's the big one. And then, of course, we have the congressional districts, the congressional primaries, and all that going on as well. So hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of results happening. By 10 o'clock, we'll know who is going to be, for the Republicans, the nominee for governor and a lot of these other congressional seats as well. So one more information, you can find it at 997WTN.com. It is 6:23. Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, Montgomery County parents on alert for a man who's been seen trying to lure young girls into his car. The details coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather, of course, means that you want to spend more time outside. If you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. They've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable thanks to my friends at the Covered Patio. They want to help you enjoy your home. They've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget and every taste. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair pricing and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to them online, coveredpatio.com. That's thecoveredpatio.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-695-2407. 615-695-2407. Thecoveredpatio.com. Dan Mandis here. My friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are in the middle of their back-to-school drive for kids, obviously, heading back to school. Now, if you donate pens, paper, notebooks, whatever, they'll give you $50 off of any service. That is very cool. Back to school drive from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So what you need to do is drop off those school supplies at their shop in Lebanon or the weekend of August 1st at the Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce. Remember, you get $50 off of any service. Just another way that Busy Bee serves the community. Check out all the details at their website, busybeehvac.com. Now, while you're there, check out great deals on plumbing, HVAC, and indoor air quality too. Plus, the Beehive Club is always a great option for keeping your HVAC maintained over the long run. So you're actually saving money by keeping your unit running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. You buy a membership this month, you get a free one to give to a friend. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009. busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic still to come here. In Montgomery County, a man in a red SUV allegedly tried to lure a teenage girl walking her dog into his car. A neighbor noticed and stopped to talk to the girl, and that man in the red SUV drove off. Now, another neighbor says this is not the first time.
That's extremely suspicious. That's like, come on. If you have innocent intentions and you're not doing anything wrong, why are you just going to run? Hopefully, this is a one-off incident, but I mean, sadly, what's more likely going to happen is he went to this neighborhood, he was unsuccessful. He probably won't come back to this neighborhood for a while, and was probably patrolling our neighborhoods right now.
That man speaking to WSMV4. Now, the mother of the teenage girl has filed a report with the sheriff's office. She says the man had several tattoos on his left arm. There's been a data breach at Vanderbilt Health that released some patient information. Officials say it happened when an employee clicked on a malicious link in their email, and that led the hackers into the system through that employee's email account. The hackers got some personal information, but apparently no social security numbers. The breach happened in May. It's not clear why the hospital system waited until now to make patients aware. And chances are, if you went to the theater this weekend, you were there to see The Odyssey.
Theaters around the world are adding showtimes trying to meet demand for The Odyssey. Problem is, people want to see it in IMAX in its 70-millimeter glory, but there are only 41 IMAX screens worldwide. Most of those theaters are sold out through September. In its second weekend in North American theaters, it took in another $87 million. The global total so far, an estimated $640 million. Now that is epic. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
And just a reminder that Young Washington is still also in the box office top 10. 3 weeks after its release. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. It is 6:32, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All this rain that we've had, you could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. That moisture could be an indication that you've got waterproofing problems or issues. It also means that you need to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. This is the company in Middle Tennessee for all things, not only waterproofing, but also foundation repair and concrete leveling. Now listen, if something goes wrong, it needs to get fixed immediately because these things, they get worse over time, not better. And if you need financing help to get it fixed immediately, USS can help you with not one, not two, but 3 different options to help you out. You can get a 10% discount if you pay in full, or they'll offer you this deal. Fix it now, pay it later. With 18 months, no payment, no interest, or choose 36 months, no interest with low payment option for qualified homeowners. So check them out. Call them 615-488-7855. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-488-7855. USSTN.com. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855. USSTN.com.
Okay, it's an accident in Jolton, eastbound 24 past New Hope Road, and one more in Dixon on 40 westbound past Centerville Dixon, exit number 163. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. All has been sort of quiet on the Iranian front. Happy Monday to you. It is Monday, July 27th. So apparently a couple of things, according to various media outlets, you believe what you want to believe. Two things are going on in Iran. Number one, we're running out of targets. Number two, we're running out of bombs and stuff. So this is from Reuters. And again, you believe what you want to believe. The United States pressed pause on its bombing campaign after President Donald Trump's advisors told him they're running out of targets and expressed worries about depleting the U.S. arsenal. Iran, by the way, has come out and said, as long as the U.S. stops, we'll stop. So apparently everybody has now stopped. You know, the Iranians certainly are reloading, as probably we are as well. So there hasn't been a lot going on. By the way, Ukraine is now involved in this as well. We'll get into that. But you know, we had 13 nights of intense bombing. Now we have taken a step back and negotiations have begun anew. Mike Waltz, who is the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, he was on with Kirsten Welker over the weekend, and this is part of that discussion.
World's economy's hostage.
You raise assets. I want to ask you about the assets. NBC News is reporting the Pentagon is actually rationing some defense weaponry amid diminishing supplies. Is America backing away from a larger military attack because its military stockpile has been depleted?
Well, look, we have to take a step back here in that a lot of stockpiles were depleted, not only from what we gave Ukraine over the last however many years, 4 or 5 years, and the administration inherited, the Secretary Hegseth inherited a depleted situation from not only Ukraine, but also the ongoing fight with the Houthis under the Biden administration and a depleted military under the Biden administration. So they have decided, one, they're going to new types of munitions, cheaper munitions, new technologies, but also with these new defense budgets, rebuilding our great military. However,
all right, so I'm going to get to the however part in a second, but I can't let this go. So there's a number of things that are true in what Mike Waltz just said. It's true. We sent Ukraine billions and billions of dollars in weapons. Now we're selling them, of course, to NATO, and then NATO either sells them to Ukraine or gives them, well, whatever. We're getting paid now under the Trump administration. We are getting paid for our weapons that ultimately go to Ukraine. So that's part of the conversation. But, you know, that being said, to turn Waltz's words back on him, and I hate to be a Danny Downer, but if you say that, you know, our stockpile was depleted, then why in the world did we go into Iran with a depleted stockpile? I mean, I'm going to tell you why, and the why is obvious, is because Donald Trump did not think that it would take this long to do what he wanted to do in Iran. I believe that is obvious. He got some bad advice, he got some bad intel, but now here we are, I mean, months into this thing, and supposedly our stockpile is becoming depleted. Kirsten Welker, of course, used his comments to really pin him down. Okay, so is our stockpile depleted or is it not?
Our great military, however.
But you acknowledge
I want to be clear.
Do you acknowledge they're depleted, at this moment?
I want to be crystal clear. The U.S. military, and I've verified this every which way, has everything that it needs to conduct this campaign as effectively as it needs to be. And I have to tell you, the people that are leaking this nonsense deserve to be in jail.
All right, so Waltz, he certainly did make the rounds over the weekend. So on the one hand, he says that we inherited a deleted stockpile, but we also have everything we need to fight this war. And so now the big question is, what is the next step? We all know that Donald Trump, he does and has led with diplomacy. And of course, that has been well discussed on this show because I don't think diplomacy is working. But, you know, last week, the president and others very sadly attended the dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base. So Kirsten Welker asked Waltz if we need to brace for more American casualties. This is how that went.
Should the country brace for more American lives to be lost in this conflict, Mr. Ambassador?
Every man and woman who signs up, as I have and so many others, to go serve knows of that eventual possibility. And my heart breaks for those families receiving the worst news of their lives, as does the president, all the way down the chain of command. Where I am thankful as a veteran is that we finally have a president who has said enough is enough. The Iranian regime has killed thousands of American soldiers, has threatened our neighbors, has threatened the region and threatened the United States, and no more. And if they are willing to do this, if they were willing to build a massive conventional shield, which is what they were trying to do, you mentioned the issue of munitions and interceptors. Imagine if the president had just let this go like all of his predecessors had, and years from now they had tens, if not hundreds of thousands of these rockets and drones, and then went to breakout, which is what we know their plan was. But in terms of casualties, our heart breaks for them. But we're not going to take this low-level warfare, whether it's taking our people hostage as they've done, or attacking civilian shipping, or attacking our neighbors, or attacking U.S. assets around the world. Enough is enough.
All right, so number of things to talk about there. But, the bombing has stopped. Again, for now, we'll see what happens. The big question is, and I've been advocating for us to bomb more. I've been advocating and realizing I do get the fact that we've had 13 days or nights of really heavy bombing to the point where, we've been talking about, good Lord, how is there anything left? And apparently the Trump administration telling Axios, and it's been reported this morning, that there's no more targets left. So there's no point in bombing rubble. And it's no longer effective because there's nothing left to bomb, apparently, according to our sources or Axios' sources inside the Pentagon, inside the Trump administration. Okay, so now what? Iran says, you know what? They've stopped, so we're going to stop. So then we're going to start negotiating again? Because the problem is we'll negotiate, but to what end? Because we all know that the Iranians lie. A couple of more sound bites from Mike Waltz coming up. Also very interesting, an interesting wrinkle. So Ukraine, apparently, this is getting just bizarre. Ukraine has now fired on a Russian vessel that was apparently going to Iran. And Ukraine says that inside that vessel, that ship, was a bunch of arms going to Iran. And so Ukraine fired on this Russian vessel, I guess damaged it. And so now we're trying to figure out, okay, what was really in that Russian ship? But we've all been talking about, I don't know about everybody, I know that I've been talking about the Chinese and also the Russians helping Iran because let's all be honest, you've got with the 4 or 5 nations, you've got North Korea, you've got Venezuela, you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got Iran. You've got those 5 nations, and all of them obviously hate America. And so it would not be surprising if Russia was trying to help Iran. And so now the question is, if that's the case and we're able to confirm it, well then, what do we do about Russia? And what do we do about China, who we already know has been helping Iran as well? It is 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather for today, we've got some sun and clouds, a high of 95, going to be a lot humid, very humid, and a lot more humid than it was over the weekend. So the humidity is back. Bad news, Joan, for you, bad hair days for all you people that are lucky enough to have hair. 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Talking about the war in Iran and how after 13 days of heavy bombing, now we've decided to take a break because word is we are running out of, missiles and all that. One of the things that Mike Waltz, and I played this audio earlier of Kirsten Welker saying, so are we depleted or not? he didn't answer the question. He wouldn't say yes and he wouldn't say no. What he said is, I've triple checked this and we have what we need to win this war. In other words, he would not say, no, we're not depleted. We have plenty of hellfire for the Iranians. He wouldn't say that. So that's going to be another part of the discussion. One thing that everyone wants to know, though, because apparently we're starting the discussions again, is when is this whole thing going to end?
Mr. Ambassador, a lot of people are very interested in the timeline of this because President Trump had initially said that this conflict would last for a matter of weeks, 5 to 6 weeks. He said, we are now at the 5-month mark. Will this war be over by the new year?
Well, first, this war has been going on for 47 years. These attacks on Americans,
not in this,
of course, not necessarily this intensity, but at some level, Iran has been at war with the United States.
Yep, I mean that is true. But here's the deal, and I said this from the outset, really, where it doesn't help matters because Christian Welker asking a very relevant question that we all want to know. When is this going to be over? Well, it doesn't help that Donald Trump has been saying it'll be over within days for like months. To the point where we are all just saying, please stop talking. Just stop it. You're gaslighting us. There was one day yesterday I signed on the air at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was physically angry at the president because he had given a speech somewhere. I forget what the speech was, but he was giving that usual thing that he says about how Iran wants to make a deal badly, and I called BS on that, but whatever. So now the president is allowing the talks some room to breathe. He's giving the talks some space, apparently. Again, Iran is willing to come back to the table, but again, what's the point? Because they're not going to negotiate in good faith. But, Mike Waltz says that Iran, they are beaten, beleaguered, and broke.
Is a country winning that has little speedboats running around? I mean, these are like, I don't know, the Somali pirates with cruise missiles and drones. These are acts of desperation. The Iranian regime is isolated, economically devastated, militarily devastated. And I really appreciated the clip that you just played talking about the suffering that is going on internally. Inflation is spiking. The currency is tanking. Foreign currency reserves are gone, and we're starting to see the Iranian government even not be able to pay its own workers and even its own military.
So there you go. There are lots going on inside Iran, a lot of suffering, yes, going on inside Iran, including, because we have been hitting some of their infrastructure. So, you got Iran last week. You remember the story where the Iranian government told people, we know the temperature is over 100 degrees, but don't use your air conditioning. That's what they said. Text line 1303. I hate to be a Margaret Downer, but when we got into this war, she says, I thought the military industrial complex might screw with Donald Trump. Still, he is the leader and bad planning. I think that one of the things, I'm laughing because I'm watching people make fun of what I almost said about the humidity. I don't know if you guys caught that, Joan and Sam, about
something else on your mind.
No, I said it's going to be a lot humid or something to that effect, and clearly that is not proper vernacular. Moving right along.
Nobody noticed, Dan. Don't even
clearly
think
they
twice
did.
About it.
Clearly they did. Anyway, one of the things that I think that, and somebody else on the super text line said that they were hanging out with a lot of conservatives over the weekend. Everybody's ticked off about the Iranian war. I mean, that is certainly true. The conservative people that I hang out with, we are all frustrated because I feel like, number one, there's been a fair amount of gaslighting that's been going on. That has been well documented. I've talked about that. And also the president continuously giving Iran, and I get it, the opportunity to lie and delay. It's like negotiate, lie, delay, negotiate, lie, delay, negotiate, lie, delay. That's why 1303 says, you know what? Bad planning. And I think that's what a lot of people are saying at this point. We are just looking for, at some point, a way out of this thing, heading into the midterm elections. Gas prices prices on everything, inflation, it is all impacting our everyday lives. It is 6:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, so what happened at the Clarksville American Legion on Saturday night? There was a shooting. We've got details on what was going on there coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All righty, very good. 6:52 on Super Talk 99.7. Why should you go to Brentwood Jewelry for all your jewelry needs? Well, why not? They are, simply put, the best in Middle Tennessee. They've got incredible selections of watches for both men and women for any budget, and great selections of Rolexes, both new and used. By the way, a lot of people I know, they like their guns, and they also like pocket knives. I'm one of those. So they feature the William Henry collection, some of the best out there in pocket knives. Guys, if you're getting engaged, they've got everything from wedding bands to semi-mount engagement rings and a whole lot more. So if you're looking for something special, guys, for that special lady in your life, they feature bracelets and earrings and necklaces and a whole lot more. And again, all at great prices, terrific selection as well, and outstanding customer service. Brentwood Jewelry, exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online again, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Please tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. BrentwoodJewelry.com, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood. BrentwoodJewelry.com. .654 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for a Monday. Some great audio of Sid Rosenberg. A lot of you perhaps have not heard of Sid Rosenberg, but he is a New York media personality. I don't know a lot about him, but he's been all over the news as of late. You know, every year you have the 9/11 commemoration, if you will, the ceremonies regarding 9/11. I hate to call it an anniversary, but on 9/11 every year they have those ceremonies going on in the city of New York, and they read the names of the fallen. So apparently, there's some from the 9/11 families. You have the 9/11 survivors and the family members and so forth. And from what I understand, Joan, they don't want Mayor Zoran Mamdani to show up at this year's events on September 11th of 2026.
I was just reading this in the New York Post.
Isn't that correct? Well, go ahead. What does the New York Post say about it?
The New York Post says that the organizers have garnered 1,100 signatures on a petition. They say that Zoran Mamdani is an apologist for Islamic terror, whose presence would be an insult to the memories of the nearly 3,000 people murdered. One of the organizers there is a guy whose 29-year-old wife was killed in the devastation of the event. He says it's not political. It's not a platform for those connected to such views. His presence would be deeply hurtful and inappropriate, like an unwelcome guest at a deeply personal ceremony.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So this guy, Sid Rosenberg, he went on Fox News. He flat out calls Mamdani a terrorist.
People are very nice people, but trying to talk to Mayor Mamdani is like trying to talk to the IRGC, okay? This guy is a terrorist. That's the bottom line. I'll say it. You don't want to say it. I'll say it. He's a terrorist. He's a jihadist. He hates the Jewish people. He hates America. He hates the Italian people. He hates the Irish people. He hates the German people. Unless you're Muslim, Mayor Mamdani has no use for you. He is a horrible person and maybe has perpetrated the worst American and Jewish hate in the history of this country. Those two people stabbed the other day in the Upper Side of New York City. That blood is on his hands. That blood is on your hands, Mayor Mamdani. We got to find a way to get this guy out of here. Maybe Dr. Naomi Wolf is right. Maybe that election wasn't what it looked like on paper.
So at this point, Joan, the Fox News, because this was on Fox News, I get the morning show, and their butt cheeks were starting to tighten. And the producers, I guarantee you, the producers backstage are going, get him under control, get him under control. But he keeps talking.
Maybe he really didn't win. But either way, this guy is the worst thing to happen to New York politics, maybe in the history of our state. He's a lowlife.
I mean, I think you may be a bit over your skis in labeling him a terrorist, and you're probably going to get flagged for that.
Why? Let me ask you this.
Because New Yorkers elect...
So it depends on how you are identifying a terrorist, I guess.
This guy,
who cares?
They knew everything about him before. This is predictable. You talked about predictability. This is a predictable...
Griff, let me ask you this. The Hamas guys that are in Qatar right now, they've never put on an explosive vest. They've never shot anybody. Would you consider those guys terrorists? Because I would. Okay, so his ideologies are in line with the terrorists. Mahmoud Khalil is a campus terrorist. You don't have to kill somebody to be a terrorist. You have to share the ideology. That's what this guy is. He's no better than the person who actually goes and shoots somebody because he respects that person. He likes that person. That makes him one of them.
It's just remarkable that...
They're desperately trying to change the topic there.
Yeah.
But you know what? I mean, Sid Rosenberg, I get what he's saying. And I get why the 9/11 families would not want him to be there for the ceremonies on the 11th of September here in 2026. Let's not forget that Mamdani was in this mosque. When was this? A couple of weeks ago, was it? I don't remember when he was in this mosque.
In the mosque, yeah.
Yeah, remember this.
And it is together that I am thankful to be here today, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to lead our city. Salam alaikum.
So that was he's in a mosque where later on they talk about perpetuating violence after he gives his little presentation. And obviously it's a song, but what they're basically saying is that the infidels must die after Mamdani left the mosque. So this is something that...
Listen, it was after he left the mosque. I mean, you can't tie it to him.
Oh, no.
No.
He didn't know that this
How could he have known?
He didn't know that this was one of those kinds of mosques.
Yeah.
Anyway, got to go. It is 7 o'clock. Super Talk, 99.7. By the way, coming up, a local politician lying?
No.
He says with a big question mark. We'll talk about it coming up next on WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Clarksville police say a gathering at a local American Legion on Saturday night ended in gunfire. Channel 4's Braden Ross reports the bullets flew more than a block away into somebody's home.
Sandra Simmons and her husband had just gotten back from door dashing. They actually drove by the American Legion on the way home and say they noticed more people gathering there than they've ever seen there before.
There were so many cars that they had to park in the parking lot that belongs to Austin P across the street.
She says her husband was letting the dogs out when he started hearing shots and had to duck to avoid the bullet that broke their window.
It finally stopped. I called 911 and I opened the front door, and then more happened.
All in all, she guesses they heard around 20 shots.
Now, 3 people who were shot during that event at the American Legion are expected to be okay. Opening arguments begin today in the state of Tennessee's lawsuit against Meta, creator of Instagram. Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter.
The state argues the company deliberately designed the app to be addictive to teens. The state says the content was intended to exploit young users, violating the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act. Meta denies the accusation, saying it has built safe defaults, including teen accounts and parental controls.
Now, Meta also says federal law protects them from lawsuits over content liability. It's a deportation first for ICE and the NFL. Here's Jessica Layton at NBC News.
ICE has confirmed that a former NFL player was deported last month. Daniel Adongo became the first Kenyan to play in the NFL when the Indianapolis Colts signed him back in 2013. Immigration officials, though, say he was removed from the country after overstaying a visa in 2016. ICE also says criminal charges against Adongo fell under the Laken Riley Act.
Adongo was convicted of criminal mischief with damage in 2020. He was sentenced to nearly a year in jail. And one thing missing from the WNBA All-Star game on Saturday, the USA 250 patches. The league has refused that patch without an official explanation, but some of the players did post on their X timelines over the weekend saying that 250 years ago, slavery was the norm in the U.S. and no black women would have been free to play basketball. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Now, oil prices retreating this morning. The price of Brent crude is now down 7.6%. It's at $89.42 a barrel. Pre-market trading on the Dow right now, plus 566. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Madison, you've got a crash on 65 southbound side. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard, and 2 right lanes are blocked off by it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends and welcome on in to your Monday, July 27th. And I want to revisit a topic that I spoke about last week, and it's regarding an ad put out by Van Hillary. It's an attack ad going after Johnny Garrett. Now, both are running for the 6th Congressional District. You may have heard about this ad. I think Murphy Show talked about it as well, where the claims are explosive. We're going to talk about the claims, but we're also going to talk about the imagery. Johnny Garrett is going to join us in a moment, but I do want to go ahead and play the ad for folks watching on Super Talk TV. You'll be able to see it. But for people that are just listening on the radio, thank you for listening on the radio. This is an AI-driven ad. And so with each claim where it's implying that Johnny Garrett supported Kamala Harris and donated to her campaign, or the fact that he supposedly supports DEI and LGBTQ and all of this, there's images, video of Johnny Garrett hanging out with, a bunch of trans people, or, coddling a photograph of Kamala Harris, or talking to Nancy Pelosi, when the implication is made that he supported Nancy Pelosi as she was running again for Speaker of the House. It's a very alarming ad in the sense that from an AI perspective, it looks just like Johnny Garrett.
Crushing the woke left. Not Johnny Garrett. Garrett donated to the Democrat Party to elect Nancy Pelosi Speaker. Garrett's DEI law firm, an LGBTQ group, promoting book clubs on systemic racism. Donating to Kamala Harris. Woke Johnny missed votes to crack down on illegal immigration. Banning DEI. Backing law enforcement. Why? Because woke DEI-loving Johnny Garrett wants to transition Tennessee from conservative to woke.
I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message.
So there you go. And I want to bring in Johnny Garrett now. Johnny, as always, thank you for joining us. And I want people to know that I'm not endorsing you. I don't endorse candidates. I've said that ad nauseum. But I was so offended by this commercial for the imagery and the claims. But before I go spouting off again, I want to just get your side of these claims, because a lot of people, many people were critical of Van Hillary for putting out this ad. And the claims are one thing, and we're going to go over them, but for the imagery as well. I hate to tell you, Johnny, but from a looks standpoint, that looks like you posing and friendly conversing with Nancy Pelosi. Were you, number one, were you surprised at how well AI was able to replicate you?
Well, first and foremost, Dan, thanks for having me on. But let's just say this: that ad is 100% fake and 100% false. And so, yes, if you look at it closely, you can tell that it is 100% AI. But it's interesting they make claims like that when my conservative voting record obviously says the exact opposite.
Yeah, and not to belabor the point, but I mean you were in leadership. That's number one. You were in leadership, and you were the whip. That's number one. Number two, you've got a long history of conservative voting. But I want to get into the specific claims, and so I'm gonna stop and start this, folks. Okay, so sure. Let's go ahead and
crushing the woke left. Not Johnny Garrett. Garrett donated to the Democrat Party to elect Nancy Pelosi Speaker.
So did you donate to the Democrat Party to make Nancy Pelosi Speaker?
100% false. 100% false. You've got actually a candidate in the race who's responsible for that ad that actually worked as a D.C. lobbyist for a liberal, Michael Bloomberg, who in New York City wanted to get rid of Coke, believe it or not, and has funded groups across the country to enact gun control laws. So, that's the evidence of them deflecting from their own record from my conservative record in the State House. So no, that's absolutely 100% false.
Well, and here's the thing about this ad, and I did say this last week, is that there's no website where they could point to where it's like, okay, for all the facts that are behind these claims, go to this website. Like nothing. And the for people listening on the radio, there is, a very smiling Johnny Garrett looking adoringly at a pearls-laden Nancy Pelosi. Okay, so you deny that you...
My favorite, Dan, is me sleeping at a fake desk during that ad. I let a video camera in while I was sleeping during votes. That's one of my...
Exactly. So let's go on with some of these other claims.
Garrett's DEI law firm, an LGBTQ group promoting book clubs on systemic racism.
All right, so they specifically said Garrett's law firm had a LGBTQ whatever and very woke and so on and so forth. So talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm not with the law firm anymore. I left the law firm last year, and our law firm was merged with a bigger law firm. And as you are aware, when you get gobbled up by a bigger corporation, we went from about 30 lawyers to over 400 or 500 lawyers. And there was a lot of things that I disagreed with and whatnot when you become a new employee of a bigger corporation, and it just didn't match what my cultural values were. So that's not who I am, would never be who I was. And so that's kind of the explanation behind the law firm thing. But
so
again, they're doing the classic DC politics, using and misrepresenting facts. And that's what this candidate does, because we don't need any more DC and DC to pull these tricks over Tennesseans, right? That's why we need more Tennessee and DC, those that want to tell the truth and those that vote conservatively, that vote our values.
Yeah,
that's what this race is all about.
And for people that have not gone through this, I suspect Joan has been through this as well. But for people who have not been through this, essentially what happens, and it can be a law firm, it can be a radio station, it can be an accounting firm, it can be whatever, where you are part of a smaller company, then you get gobbled up, your company gets gobbled up by a bigger company. This has happened to me. And then all of a sudden, your nice, small, comfortable law firm becomes part of this massive corporation. And oftentimes, and this is something that does happen in the world of law, your smaller corporation is now unfortunately infused with these progressive or DEI values. And so this is just something that happened. And ultimately, you just decided this wasn't for you and you left. Here's a little bit more from that ad.
Donating to Kamala Harris.
All right, so donating to Kamala Harris, I'm assuming that the intimation is, they're intimating that you donated to Kamala Harris. And for people listening on the radio, you've got a picture of you looking at a photograph of Kamala Harris. You're actually, I just realized it now, is that you're holding that photo like it's a baby. I mean, that's how it looks. So I'm assuming you have never donated to Kamala Harris.
Absolutely not. 100%, again, 100% fake, 100% false.
All right, more with Johnny Garrett coming up next. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Madison, 65 southbound at Old. We've got an accident blocking the two.
January Super Center and Wellness in this break.
Problems on 24 or 40. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, a high of 95 and humid. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny Garrett is joining us. He is running for the 6th Congressional District. And this isn't typically my style of, debunking all of these claims and all of these ridiculous political ads. But the reason I'm doing it this time is because this actually made national news. This went beyond, Johnny, as you know. This went beyond just sort of, local election antics. This made national news because of the use of AI and because there is no disclaimer that AI was used. We'll talk about that here in a second. Let's go through a couple more of these claims in this 30-second ad.
Woke Johnny missed votes to crack down on illegal immigration, banning DEI, backing law enforcement. Why?
All right, so the imagery is a sleeping Johnny Garrett in his office, missing votes on banning DEI, and I think it was protecting law enforcement. Now, I happen to know for a fact, because you and I have talked about it, that you are incredibly supportive of law enforcement. So talk about, because that seems like a pretty specific claim, where there would be a record. If you missed a vote on banning DEI or supporting law enforcement, there would be a record of that somewhere.
That's right. Well, look, I mean, we've been endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police in this race. I carried the piece of legislation that required our sheriffs under the 287G program that they detain an illegal criminal alien. They have to report that to ICE so we can get those criminal illegal aliens out of Tennessee. I co-sponsored the bill to make it illegal to be an illegal alien in the state of Tennessee. Believe it or not, that was not the law. So again, this is something, maybe I was in committee, missed a vote or something. Who knows what they're claiming? But again, there's nothing pointing to what that claim is. So that claim, again, it's fake 100%, and it's 100% false. There is no doubt in this state what President Trump has been able to accomplish under his second presidency by closing the border. That's making Americans and specifically making Tennesseans more safe. And it's unfortunate that we have to be in this particular point in this campaign to point out that false accusation that makes no sense whatsoever in a completely fake and false ad. But here we are.
All right, and here we go. Here's the rest of it.
Classic D.C. politics right here.
Yep, here we go.
Why? Because woke DEI-loving Johnny Garrett wants to transition Tennessee from conservative to woke.
And what?
I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message.
There you go. Way to go, Van. So the thing, and by the way, I've asked Van Hillary on this show multiple times. They literally don't even return my text. But the last part.
Well, we also have to remember they're accusing. The funny thing is that he actually when he was in Congress, 30 some odd years ago, actually voted against E-Verify, which would have helped and prevented illegal aliens from taking American jobs. Just think about if we had that 30 years ago, where we could be today. So it's ironic that they falsely and fake accuse me of being soft on illegal immigration when my opponent here actually has a record of not voting to verify the legal status of someone that wants to take an American's job. And that's very interesting.
And that last part shows you, it looks like you're walking, you've got a rainbow colored state of Tennessee shirt on. And also, it looks like you're walking through like a gay pride parade or something. I have no idea. But, the bottom line is...
And it's interesting. The bottom line is interesting. Riley Gaines has endorsed this campaign, has been a champion of keeping men out of women's sports. She experienced that firsthand. So I don't believe that someone like Riley would be behind this campaign and can see a fighter that will fight for her children, for our daughters, and fight for President Trump's agenda. If she thought I was part of some parade that's been falsely attributed to this ad.
No, and I've talked to you over the years. I know that you're not woke, Johnny, and all that. So, the bottom line for me is I do live in the 6th. And I'm going to be honest with you, Johnny. I don't necessarily know who I'm going to vote for. I will tell you I'm not going to be voting for Van Hillary based on this ad because I think that it is so incredibly deceitful. Now, one of the things that I find interesting, though, is here in the state of Tennessee, you folks in the state legislature signed by Governor Lee, I guess, you actually have a law now where if it's an AI-driven ad, there's got to be some sort of disclaimer. But because this is for a national race, you and Van Hillary don't believe that it applies to this particular race because it's a national race versus a state race.
Well, I think there's some question regarding the depiction of the two ads. I do believe that there has to be some sort of potential guardrails on what you're presenting. But the bottom line, I think, to all of this is that there is no general citations whatsoever in their ad on a record of what they're claiming. You look at our ad, everything in our ad about the record of my opponent is absolutely true. That's the difference here. And I think that's the difference to the public and what we owe to the public when they go and decide who they're going to vote for, who is going to be their honest person that can say to their face they're going to get things done and they're going to do that in an honest and trustworthy way, right? This ad, I think, describes what a campaign should never be because it's, again, 100% false and 100% fake. And let's not have a candidate that goes to D.C. Because we certainly don't need more D.C. in D.C. And that's what this ad illustrates. It's D.C. politics at its worst.
What what's scary about this, Johnny, as we wrap this up, what's scary about this is that AI is so good that I wonder if people who don't pay attention, because trust me when I say I work in talk radio, I follow the news every day, and not everybody is like me or like you, just follows politics and is part of just his everyday life. I do wonder if people actually believe this ad.
You know, it's the same thing when people look at Facebook, Meta, Twitter, and that universe of social media. People have a hard time determining now what's real and what's not. When I see the video, if I'm ever on my feed when I've got time, you know, you always want to make like, is this real? Is what I'm looking upon actually something that happened? And that's why I think there's going to be more guardrails, not just in the political world, but in all the world, to make sure you protect people's, you know, identity, protect people's acts, and you can't just say and put people in a room or whatnot that doesn't exist, because people are going to believe that that's the truth. And we've got to be very careful of that going forward.
All right. So, Johnny, just real quick, how can people find the truth about Johnny Garrett? What's your website?
JohnnyGarrettForCongress.com. And then also Johnny Garrett for Congress on Facebook. We've got a page we get pretty updated. I would love to earn your listener support. And I'm glad to know that you're in the 6th district. We've got a race. August 6th is the election day. Early voting is going on right now. But most importantly, Dan, we need people that just stay engaged, be involved, and go vote. That's most important now, is to exercise your voice, your right, and go vote.
All right, Johnny, as always, thank you for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News, and good luck with the rest of the campaign. 7:23 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, we're going to tell you how President Trump has just sent pop star Katy Perry into a fit of rage. It's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
With opinions you can trust, information-fueled, opinion-driven, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:23 Super Talk 99.7. One of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quickly. You need the Generator Supercenter. We had massive storms, and I mean massive storms last night. Some folks, handful of folks, without power. Now, you've seen the horror stories of power being out for days or weeks at a time. The Generator Supercenter provides backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service. Matter of fact, go to their website right now, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com, and find out how you can save $500. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and see how you can get started. Now, at the Generator Supercenter, they feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So, the power goes out in your neighborhood, you've got a backup power generator, so the power is going to go right back on for you and your family. Now, at the Generator Supercenter, they also have their generators made right here in America. So check them out. Call them 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. And don't forget to check out their website, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com, and see how you can save $500. $7:25 on WTN, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, if you've been suffering from chronic back pain, neck pain, knee pain, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee, including me. Now, whether it is non-surgical spinal decompression or the brand new Medical Bay One, they've always got the latest and greatest technology to help you get off the sidelines and back in the game. Again, they did it for me years ago. They can do it for you right now. This Medical Bay One, right now, they have a great deal going on. You mention my name, you get $33 off of each visit. It is the Epic Spinal Special. What is Medical Bay One? It uses red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. So have an active summer and feel like the person you used to be, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com.
Of public.
So, Joan, what was your tease? Something about Donald Trump is enraging or raging at somebody? What is happening? What's your tease?
He managed to make Katy Perry very, very mad.
Oh, oh, really? So Katy Perry is upset about something Donald Trump said?
Yeah. Well, something that he did.
Bless her heart. Only one thing?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah, just one.
I can't wait. Does this have anything to do with the White House press correspondence dinner thing?
No,
Nope. Okay.
No. You don't think I'm going to give it up here, right?
Well, we're out of time, so,
Yay.
I'm getting people to just make sure that they listen through the
good,
newscast.
Good, yeah.
Did you hear what Trump did to Caitlin Collins, CNN?
Yes.
Where he said that she looked like Dylan Mulvaney.
So somebody,
oh my gosh.
Did he make there's a picture out there of Dylan Mulvaney with Bud
Caitlin,
Light,
yeah,
but with her face on it.
Well, Sam was telling me he can't unsee it now.
I know.
Like there actually is. If you look at it, there actually is a resemblance.
Absolutely.
It's totally weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, just so we're clear, he didn't take any prisoners on over the weekend. I don't know. Chris may have the audio. I didn't bother with the audio, but he took no prisoners last Saturday night at the White House press correspondence dinner, whatever it was. But entertaining for all to see. It is 7:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A pause over the weekend in fighting between the U.S. and Iran, with analysts saying it's President Trump's effort to give diplomacy a chance. But Trey Yingst at Fox News says this has also allowed the U.S. a military buildup in the Middle East.
It's also acting as a staging operation for the U.S. military. Each and every night, there are cargo planes landing in the region with ammunition and supplies. Some of those supplies are for defense and others for offense. But the bottom line here, the Trump administration is poised if the president decides to launch this large-scale campaign against Iran in the days or weeks ahead.
Trey Yingst also reporting that President Trump is denying a New York Times report that says he's worried that an extended war could deplete interceptor stockpiles. The man suspected of allegedly driving a vehicle into a crowd during Berlin's Pride Parade on Saturday, killing a person and injuring several others, has also been killed.
Authorities saying all signs point to this being an Islamist attack. The 21-year-old suspect, he did have a criminal history. He was a German citizen with Lebanese roots and had previously been in jail for trying to join the Islamic State. Now, the security alert here in Germany, it does remain high, but the message from the country's leaders has been one of solidarity, that freedom will prevail over hate. And the Berlin mayor saying an attack on one is an attack on all of us. Britt Clennett, ABC News, Berlin.
And pop star Katy Perry has erupted in a fit of rage online after the White House Saturday posted a TikTok video of military strikes on Iran set to a background of her music. The White House used her 2010 song called Firework.
Boom, 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 even brighter than the moon, moon, moon.
Now that clip is captioned, "Iran has been warned." Katy Perry says she is deeply appalled and angry, adding that she did not approve it, nor was she asked, and she absolutely does not condone it. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If you need a new vehicle, you've got to listen to me right now. Times are tough, and if you need a new truck or a minivan, maybe an SUV, Mid-10 Ford, they can help you out with great selection and great pricing as well. Mid-10 Ford, they've been around for, listen to this, 56 years, since 1969, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. Now, right now, you can save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also offer special financing as well if you need it. Mid-10 Ford is a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there, get it serviced. They even have a body shop too. Brand new or pre-owned, you can check out all of the great deals at mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. They offer low-pressure sales and maximum customer service. Now, this is a family-owned business going back 4 generations, so they know clearly how to treat their customers. So let them help you get into your next truck or SUV. Call them 615-259-2050, 615-259-2050. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 1319 Foster Avenue is the address, 1319 Foster Avenue. Find them online. Again, mid10fordtrucks.com. Let their family take care of your family.
24 eastbound in Christiana this morning. It's right before Epps Mill Road. You'll find an accident that is in the right lane. It's a single tractor-trailer accident involving some injuries and a fuel spill. That could be there for a while. 65 South in Madison at Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 92. The crash now into the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:37, Super Talking 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Do you think, Joan, that Donald Trump has marked himself safe from caring about Katy Perry?
So. Yeah, I do think so.
It's pretty funny, though.
Is she still dating Justin Trudeau? Is that still on?
I don't know. Was she dating Justin Trudeau?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
I don't
looking
know.
it up.
Didn't they go to some music festival together or something?
Oh, yeah, they are still. They're approaching their 1-year anniversary. Isn't that sweet?
Are you being...
I am.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Totally.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? It's so funny. I can't imagine what a conversation between those two is like, but whatever.
You know what we could do? We could get her to volunteer for Artemis 3. Send her
we
back up
could.
to the moon.
Yes. Well, him too. I mean,
but this time it's a one-way trip.
But Joan, she's an astronaut.
Right. So is Gail King.
Right. And I forget who else was on that trip, that big astronaut trip. It was...
I like the way you said that.
What did I say?
That
big astronaut
trip.
Well, I didn't know. Rosie O'Donnell was on that?
Well, no, the rocket would have plummeted to
Well,
Earth.
that's what I was going to say. Well, you guys were saying big astronaut, so that's why I brought up the Rosie O'Donnell thing. You know what? If you guys can't keep up with the comedy,
yeah.
By the way, I don't know. I don't think he can. I did. I went out of my way to socialize over the weekend. I socialized with Murphy Show and
nice.
and his lovely missus. Yeah, and so I told the joke. I told her like 4 times and could not understand why it was not landing. It turned out I didn't know what a specific something meant. The problem is I can't say it on the radio because it was a dirty joke. But I told it like 4 times, and finally somebody had to explain to me, Dan, you don't understand the dirty joke. So I don't know. Here's what I know.
First time in history.
Here's what I know.
Yeah.
Is that I can't tell the joke in Morning Drive. Now, if any of us can get away with the joke that I thought I was telling,
It's Sam.
no, it is Matt Murphy in the afternoon. So I'm going to leave it up to Murphy Show as to whether or not he wants to tell the joke that I attempted to say, but I had this thing all wrong. And looking back now, I realize how awkward it was for everybody. So I think this is probably why I don't socialize much.
I think it's awkward for all of us right now without you telling the joke.
We need context.
I can't. It was like a dirty joke.
Is this like a Mike Rowe dirty jobs dirty joke?
No. It's like a dirty joke.
Like,
It's a dirty joke, Sam. I don't know how else to explain it to you, man. It's a dirty joke.
Like that kind of?
Yeah, like that kind of a dirty joke.
Okay.
And nobody got it.
Quite frankly, I'm shocked that you tell dirty jokes, Dan.
Do you know what? Can I tell you something? Yeah. I never tell them. I never tell dirty jokes. This is why. Because I have no idea what the heck I'm talking about. Lord have mercy. Anyway, moving right along. So, need some audio only, Sam? I need some audio only. So, we all remember...
Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Tony Fauci.
Fauci. Dr. Tony Fauci. Dr. Anthony Fauci.
I represent science.
Yeah, so Dr. Anthony Fauci, of course, in the news today, and really going to be in the news this week. This is going to be on Wednesday. He is going to do some testifying in front of the Senate, whatever committee that Rand Paul is the chair of. And Rand Paul has released a whole bunch of I guess they're like diary entries. This is the crazy thing, though, Joan. We were talking about this a little bit in the 5 o'clock hour. So apparently, because Sam and I off the air, we're trying to figure out how is it that the federal government got a hold of Anthony Fauci's personal, because this is a very, very personal diaries.
Yes.
Well, he typed it on like government computer and government servers.
Yep. Every single word.
What an idiot.
What?
This is the guy that was in charge
Smartest
of our...
man in America.
Yeah. Well, remember, he represents science. So apparently, according to, and I read a lot about his journals over the weekend, but, you know, when you think of Fauci, right, what do you think of? You think of overregulation, government overreach. He represents the lockdowns. He represents good people losing their jobs because they refused his vaccine.
He represents tortured beagles.
He represents, you know what, oddly enough, Joan, I don't have that in my list. He does represent loss of freedoms. And now we're finding out exactly how narcissistic Anthony Fauci is. Rand Paul releasing his diaries from the time. So one of the things, there's so much here. One of the things, though, is that he fangirled over Barbra Streisand, gushing about how he was able to explain how Alexa worked to Barbra Streisand and about how he accidentally butt dialed Barbra Streisand that led to a discussion about the various vaccines. So he is like the typical science nerd that nobody paid attention to in high school because he was a nerd. And so he's gushing about having a relationship with Barbra Streisand, and he also gushed about being called sexy in comments to an Instagram post about Tyra Banks. One person said that Tyra was sexy, he wrote, but that I was even more sexy than she was, Dr. Anthony Fauci wrote, which he admitted comments often were mean and vicious. I can't imagine why. Fauci, they say, also comments on his own fame in general, including one post April 7th of 2020, nearly a month after the pandemic began. He says, press is still hot and heavy about me. Dr. Anthony Fauci said, multiple stories per day, directly or indirectly involving me, said Fauci. He described the national and international fame as explosive and totally unimaginable. He also wrote in one entry in 2020, June of 2020, that he's been asked to participate on ABC's Dancing with the Stars. Do you know, I bet you he considered it. He never did, but I bet you he considered it. The diaries have been released as part of Senator Rand Paul's investigation into Fauci, and days before he testifies in front of the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. Paul is the Homeland Security Committee chair. One diary from May 21st of 2020 is particularly reprehensible. That is coming up next, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
He also admits that Wuhan's wet market amplified but did not originate the virus.
Now reports of a crash at Robertson Avenue. I'm Christy O'Brien.
7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Today, some sun and clouds. Hot, though, 94, 95. Going to have a lot of humidity as well. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, my question, Joan, though, regarding the weather today, will it be as hot and heavy as the media was for Anthony Fauci back in 2020, according to Fauci?
Well, probably not, because they were really hot and heavy for him.
So hot, so heavy. I represent the hot and heavy science.
So May 20th.
It's creepy as all heck.
Stop it, Sam.
So creepy.
May 21st of 2020. Anthony Fauci, speaking of the COVID deaths, rising upwards, thousands of people dead in America, and of course worldwide. Then he goes on to talk about a flattering piece in the Washington Post. He says the following: my national and international fame is explosive and unimaginable. It's not hyperbole, he says, to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the world. Also, he says, the most recognized. He says POTUS, which at that time was Donald Trump, was enamored with him, even though he, as in Fauci, was taking the spotlight away from Donald Trump. So clearly, if you go through all of these diary entries, these journal entries that he typed on government computers, and they were on the government server, that he clearly was enamored with his fame. Now, as far as Rand Paul goes, he is out there making the rounds because he is just licking his chops, ready to go after Anthony Fauci again. But also there's some incriminating things in these as well. I just went through some of the more superfluous things, but you know what? There's some things that are incriminating as well. Rand Paul is waiting again. This is going to be on Wednesday, the 27th, this coming Wednesday. So Rand was all over the media over the weekend talking about what to expect from the Fauci hearings that are going to begin on Wednesday.
You know, I expect he will not tell the truth. I expect him to dissemble. I expect him to filibuster, but I don't expect him to be honest. He has not been honest in the last 6 years. But we have the evidence now that he destroyed records, that he encouraged others to destroy records. We have evidence and the opinion of many of the people who worked around with him that the research that was funded in China and Wuhan was dangerous, gain-of-function research, and that this was perhaps the worst public health decision made in our lifetime, maybe in history, to fund this research in a totalitarian country, an opaque country with a less than safe lab and very, very dangerous research. So this was a terrible decision. And we know it was made consciously because Fauci has told us repeatedly that he supports this research. Even if an accident should happen, even if a pandemic should occur, he thinks that the knowledge is worth the risk. And I think the lives of 15 million people who died approximately would counter that, would say, well, maybe we should question whether the knowledge gained was worth 15 million lives.
I mean, listen, Rand Paul, I believe, is absolutely right. Now, we talked about the brutality of the lockdowns, and Sam has discovered a quote, because there's so much, Joan, that people are still discovering everything that's been in there. The Wall Street Journal this morning is now reporting that Fauci had a direct hand in the lockdowns in New York and L.A.
Well, the Journal, I did not mean to confuse you on the Wall Street Journal, but from the Journal, there's like 400-something pages of this guy's diaries.
Yeah.
He spoke, this is a direct quote from March 15th of 2020. I spoke with Bill de Blasio and convinced him based on what I was saying publicly in my conversation tonight to close New York City schools. He had already decided based on what I was saying on TV. I wanted to tell him he should close the bars and restaurants in New York City. He said that he would do this based on my recommendation. I had a similar call with Ann O'Leary, the COS of Governor Gavin Newsom of California, and said that based on my TV appearances today and yesterday, the governor has decided to close schools in California as well as the bars and restaurants.
Talking about those TV appearances, he was also very giddy about the Fauci 5, where he appeared on all 5 of the Sunday morning talk shows on television, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, I think, and Fox News. Very excited about all of that. That was one of the more reprehensible emails where he talked about, or I should say journal post, where he said, my national and international fame is explosive, and all of these other things that he talked about, clearly excited that he was being recognized and that he was now so famous. One of the things that he wrote, though, as well, January 26th of 2020, talking about the things that sort of implicate him. Remember when he insisted that the wet market was the source of COVID? That went on for a long time. And that others were saying, like yours truly, were saying, no, it looks like this came from the lab. And we were called conspiracy theorists, right? Until finally we weren't, and they had to admit, the Washington Post and the New York Times and all of them had to admit that the tinfoil hatters were correct. So one of the things that he said ultimately, the wet market theory, he discounted that in public, even though in interviews he kept saying the origins was the wet market theory, but on calls that he was on, there were people, scientists, who said, no, this could have escaped from the lab. So he kept going on about the lab, about the wet market. Others were saying that this could have escaped from the lab. On February 1st of 2020, there is a conference call where he wrote that many scientists on the call felt that the Chinese could have deliberately inserted COVID into the world's population. He never admitted to that publicly, would have been handy to know. Rand Paul writing this on the X post associated with that story, that part of the story. He says the call that produced proximal origin, 12 scientists, only 2 concluded it was natural. Per Fauci's own notes, the rest felt that deliberate insertion was possible. There was never a 50-50 room. So deliberate insertion could be any number of things. It could be that they deliberately inserted it into the population. It could mean a gain of function research. There's never an actual explanation as to what that is. On February 3rd of 2020, he says that the Chinese failed to tell him, Fauci, about asymptomatic people transiting the virus, says that lie from the Chinese meant he gave out false information and likely allowed the outbreak to take hold. I mean, it goes on and on and on about some of the things. And here's what Rand Paul is going to be able to do. What Rand Paul is going to be able to do is he's going to look at the journal entries, and then he's going to look at, and I'm sure he's already done this, past testimony, and find out where Fauci may have committed perjury. Because a lot of people are already saying that he committed perjury when it comes to, okay, so did you at any point give money to that Wuhan lab to do gain of function research? He says he didn't, but if you look at the whole thing, it very much looks like he did through that EcoHealth. Remember that whole story where Fauci gave a grant to EcoHealth. EcoHealth then gave it to the Chinese. The question for gain of function research, the question is, do we have the receipts? Here's more from Rand Paul.
He will be under oath, and he's compelled to tell the truth. If he doesn't tell the truth, there are repercussions. He was pardoned for a 10-year period. This is an extraordinary pardon. The only other person in history we know to get a pardon like this would be Hunter Biden. So if nothing else in history, he'll be remembered as in the same category as Hunter Biden, receiving a vague pardon over a 10-year period. But when he comes to testify, he'll be under oath, and anything he says there can be judged, and will have to be judged as to whether he's telling the truth.
And we talked about earlier about perjury traps. You all know what that is, where like they ask him a question and they know what he possibly is going to say, might say, should say, and they'll ask him in such a way where he's got 2 options. He can either tell the truth or he'll commit perjury. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on this Wednesday hearing. I remember Fauci and Rand Paul, they've been battling in Congress for like years, right, in the Senate. He's been under oath before, and Fauci swore that he had never funded gain of function research. Now, whether or not he did will be up to Rand Paul and others to prove. He's never been charged with perjury. Some say he should have been. There will no doubt be a lot of questions, though, on Wednesday. Part of this conversation is whether or not Anthony Fauci told others to destroy records.
He will be asked again about funding gain of function research, which I believe he lied about the first time. But he also this time will be asked about deleting and destroying records and compelling or seeking others to delete and destroy records. We do know that one of his colleagues has been indicted. David Morenz has been indicted for telling others to delete messages and destroying federal messages. So this isn't without precedent, and a lot will hinge on his testimony, how he decides to respond when asked whether he destroyed records or not.
So one of the, or a couple of the emails actually said, and again, you would think that he would know better. Literally, he said, delete this email after you read it. Now, these are federal records, and certainly when it comes to COVID, I don't necessarily exactly know what the law is, but according to Rand Paul, that's illegal. So if you're instructing others to destroy records or delete records, that's going to be an issue. And again, Fauci is going to be under oath, and he's going to be asked this question. Let me see if I got time for this one more soundbite regarding Dr. Anthony Fauci's now infamous pardon from Joe Biden or Joe Biden's auto pen.
There will also be questions about his pardon. Did he discuss them with the president? Is the president aware of who he is? Does he have a first name basis such that the president had an awareness? Were the discussions with the technician who ran the auto pen? Who were the discussions with? What crimes did he seek relief from? So there's a lot of questions we have about the pardon as well. So we'll be asking about the pardon, about funding gain of function research, and destroying federal records.
All right, so Rand Paul licking his chops at the notion of getting Dr. Anthony Fauci back in front of him under oath with all of these journals now been released.
He'll have to catch him in the act on the stand, according to Grok and some other research.
Mm-hmm.
If he was found to have perjured himself in a previous set of testimony, he's still covered by that pardon, even if it's proven at a later date. So anything that's going to come about, if there's any hope for criminal charges against him, it'll have to be something that comes out of this. He can't ask him about a previous statement. And he could actually probably admit to the fact that, oh, yeah, no, I lied, I didn't remember that correctly.
Yeah.
He could say that, but because when that testimony occurred during the Biden pardon window, that cannot be charged as perjury because of the federal protection.
I guarantee you, Rand Paul is looking to find a way. It is 7:57, running late, but worth it. Joan's got the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, a mass shooting at a food festival in Seattle over the weekend. The story is coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 7:58, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. By the way, again, don't forget, we have a big event coming up. Hop Springs on August 6th. Me, Chad, and Chris, and Matt Murphy will all be there to broadcast the night of the primary election. It's primary election night. So we'll have, more than likely the governor's race results and a lot of other results as well. Come on out, Hop Springs. We always love these events. Would love to see you there. Details, 997WTN.com. Now, there's good news and bad news. The Glock Store's amazing, incredible O-Site VIP experience, well, it's sold out. Now, the good news, though, is that the free O-Site Day on Saturday, August 8th is still on, and it does get more amazing by the day. You're going to get free hands-on range time, great O-Site giveaways, and exclusive in-store discounts, food trucks, and a whole lot more at the Glock Store. The reviews, by the way, on these O-Site optics have been amazing. Now, you can check them out for yourself Saturday, August 8th at the Glock Store. It all begins at 9 a.m., goes till 6, so save the date, Saturday, August 8th. The Glock Store, it is where I still go for all my guns, my ammo, and my training. Check them all out today, glockstore.com, shoot270.com. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A delicate pause in the U.S.-Iran war as diplomatic efforts intensify, although there's growing concern that the war is once again expanding. ABC's Karen Waugh.
Iran is now protesting after Ukraine attacked an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea, claiming it was carrying drone and missile components. And in the Red Sea, global shipping traffic is slowing after Iran-backed Houthi rebels claimed attacks on Saudi oil facilities and tankers.
And locally, a man who was wanted for a deadly shooting Saturday night has turned himself in to Nashville police. News 2's Jaxie Pigeon says that shooting happened at an apartment complex on Lebanon Pike.
Investigators say the shooting happened around 4:30 Saturday morning at Cityside Flats on Lebanon Pike. Police say a group had met at the apartment complex when an argument escalated into a physical fight. Detectives say 20-year-old Austin Arrieta later shot 23-year-old Luis Hernandez after the fight ended. Hernandez died at Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
And a second man is being sought in that incident. 3 people were killed, 4 others injured in Seattle in what police believe was a shootout between a pair of gunmen at a food festival. The gunfire sent people scattering in all directions.
We went inside the first building because we saw a few people going to a building. So we went in there and we went down the stairs and we just hid in the garage.
One person is in custody, another still missing. One of the injured is a toddler. More news out of Seattle, too. The city was also in the news for a daring parachute jump.
Police say the 2 men bought tickets Friday night for the observation deck, then came out of a bathroom with helmets and gear, climbed over glass barriers, and backflipped off the ledge. Witnesses stunned.
They were running towards the glass and they jumped up. And that's when Jacob was like, they're climbing up. And I'm like, oh my God, go watch Emerson, go.
It comes just weeks after 2 daredevils climbed the Empire State Building and unfurled a banner. They're due back in court next month. As for the Seattle case, police say the men will face criminal charges once they're taken into custody.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Watching oil head lower this morning after the U.S. and Iran have signaled that they are in a pause in their operations against each other. So Brent crude right now is down, trading down 6.2% at $90.78 a barrel. And watching the pre-market numbers here on Wall Street, the Dow futures, they're plus 605 right now. The NASDAQ futures up 406, and the S&P futures are up nearly 66 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. The accident 40 westbound in Glen Cliff at Spence Lane has 2 left lanes blocked off. Also in Christiana, you're still working with a big delay on 24 eastbound before Epps Mill. That's an accident, a tractor-trailer accident that involves some injuries and a fuel spill. And the right lane still blocked, 24 eastbound at Epps Mill Road. You've got an accident on Bell Road in Roar Hill at Murfreesboro Pike. One in Midtown on Church Street at 15th Avenue North. And on 24 East in Woodbine. There's a crash on the right shoulder right at I-440. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.808, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and hope you are doing well. Welcome on in to the fourth and final hour. There's a story that has just popped, or been posted, on TennesseeStar.com.
What kind of hip slang was that?
Yeah, right.
No, you know what? When you say a story is popping, like in journalism lingo, that's what maybe people of a certain age like me will say, hey, the story just popped, whatever.
It just crossed the wire.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
It just
the stone tablet arrived.
Tennessee Star is where this story is. Where it's a surprising story. U.S. Representative John Rose donated to multiple Tennessee Democrats that were in favor of establishing a state income tax during the pivotal political fight between 1998 and 2002 that culminated in Tennessee passing a constitutional amendment banning the income tax in 2014. So John Rose, way back when, gave money to a bunch of Democrats involved in trying to get that income tax passed here in Tennessee. Michael Patrick Leahy, of course, with the Tennessee Star, joins us. Michael, you put this story up a few moments ago. Total of about, $19,000 to Democrats between 98 and 2010?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. What's key about this is how many of these contributions by John Rose went to Democrat state legislators who are on the cutting edge of the battle between 1998 and 2002 to establish a state income tax in the state of Tennessee. Ultimately, that effort failed, largely because of the leadership of now Senator Marsha Blackburn, and Tim Burchett, and Diane Black, and May Beavers were part of that as well as radio host Steve Gill and WTN's great Phil Valentine.
Yeah.
And it only failed to pass by a single vote. It was a dramatic period in Tennessee history. And as you know, Dan, most economists say the huge economic growth that Tennessee has seen over the past several decades is largely attributable to the fact we have no state income tax. But here's the thing that's very significant. John Rose made a contribution to the leading Democrat who was pushing for a state income tax, State Senator Bob Rochelle, Democrat from Lebanon, in 1998, which was when this whole thing began. And then they were so close that Bob Rochelle introduced and passed a Senate resolution honoring John Rose because he had a company with the odd name of Transcender, which did some training stuff for academic purposes and was quite successful. He and his company founders sold that for $60 million in 2000. And so some of that largesse went to Democrats in Tennessee who supported the state income tax. And it wasn't just Bob Rochelle. We have a very long list.
Yes.
Of it's about 8 Democrats who got money, who supported a state income tax during that period. Matt Kisber, state rep from Jackson, got a donation from him. Bobby Sands, a Democrat state rep from Columbia. Matt Kisber, of course, was a Democrat from Jackson. John White, a Democrat from Lawrenceburg, who voted for a state income tax. Charlotte Burks, a Democrat from Monterey, state senator. They all got money. And Shelby Aaron Reinhardt, a Democrat from Spencer. They all got contributions from John Rose.
You know what? One of the things, Michael, let me ask this. So, a lot of money going to Democrats at a very critical time. So, is this the kind of thing where, because remember, Donald Trump also gave to Democrats and Republicans, if I'm not mistaken. So, is this the kind of thing where you're a successful businessman and you just, you want to, I don't know, to help both sides? I don't know. Maybe you want to have an alliance with both people from both sides of the aisle. Is this maybe that kind of a thing? Did you see any donations to Republicans?
I think there were some donations to Republicans, but I think the key point here is that in the most crucial battle of economic policy in the state of Tennessee, the battle over the state income tax, John Rose donated to Democrats who wanted to put that in there. Yeah. He also served in the administration of the Rhino governor who broke his word and said on the campaign trail in 98, Don Sundquist said, no state income tax ever. Early 99, he totally flipped. All the Democrats tried to join him. In 2002, John Rose served in Sundquist's administration as Commissioner of Agriculture. The other point to make here is that John Rose also voted in 3 Democrat primaries during this period, 2002 and 2004. He voted in the Democrat presidential primary in February of 2004. We don't know if he voted for John Kerry or Howard Dean or John Edwards. Mm-hmm. But we also know that we've asked the Rose campaign. We send them a request for comment on Thursday. Gave them plenty of time. They knew our deadline was this morning. We haven't heard back from them yet. They said on Sunday they'd talk to us and they'd give us a comment this morning. We have not received it yet. As soon as we receive that comment, we'll put it up. They did sort of a pre-bubble of this story. After we asked them to answer these questions on Thursday, magically, left-wing Nashville Banner got a story on it, and they gave them a quote which was non-responsive. So there you go.
Well, do you have the quote in front of you from the Nashville Banner?
Well, if you go to the Nashville Banner story, the campaign on Friday, the John Rose campaign said, did not address at all the facts of the donations to Democrats who supported state income tax, or did not address the fact that he voted in Democrat primaries in 2002 and 2004 here in Tennessee. But basically they said, this is a tough campaign and all these charges are coming out, and that's why this is coming out. Well, that is a non-answer. That is a dodge. It is not an honest response to a legitimate question.
Well, if I don't know what else to say about this other than he's very conservative now, but when you look at these campaign donations, I guess the question is, if you are, hey, you want to do a Daily Dan poll? Sam, let's do this. I'd like to do it because and Michael Patrick Leahy, great reporting as always over there at the Tennessee Star. The only thing that I would say about this is a long time ago. So let's do a Daily Dan poll. Do you hold these past contributions to Democrats against John Rose? Or maybe pose it as, I don't know, should it matter? Michael Patrick Leahy, you're of course a talk show host as well. So you tell me, should it matter?
Dan, I think you're framing it absolutely incorrectly.
Okay, go ahead.
It is the central issue in the state of Tennessee's economic growth and political history.
Yeah.
And John Rose was on the wrong side of it. He was basically supporting Democrats who wanted a state income tax.
Yeah.
It failed ultimately, but when you look at it, the leader of the opposition to a state income tax was Senator Marsha Blackburn.
Right.
Who's now running for governor against John Rose.
I mean, you're right. This is a pinnacle moment in the history of Tennessee. So I don't know. We'll put up the poll, see if it matters to folks. I'm going to be very interested to see how John Rose defends this and what he has to say about this. I don't know. Maybe he was young and impressionable. I have no idea. But we'll have to wait and see ultimately what happens. Will you let me know, Michael Patrick Leahy, if the Rose campaign comes out with a response to your reporting?
Yeah, they haven't as of the deadline that we gave them and they knew about for several days.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Michael, thank you again. I appreciate your reporting and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you.
All right, Mo. See you. All right. Let's see here. 7262. It matters. If he beat you once, he'll beat you again later, says 7262. Let's see. Trevor, of course. Monty. Monty, that's not squared. It's triple, whatever it is. I'm reading to see what people are saying. So glad I didn't vote for Rose. He seems a bit wishy-washy. Let's see here. I don't know. Joan, what do you think? Does it matter to folks?
No.
You don't think it'll matter to folks?
Well, it might matter to folks, but as I said to you before, a lot of people have already voted.
That's true.
This is kind of late to the party.
Yeah.
Did we
early
mention
voting
it?
has started?
When the early voting stats have come out, we're up 45% from 2022 when it comes to early voting.
I wonder why that is. Do you think it's because I know what you two are going to say? It's because of Monty. Do you think it's because of Monty?
There's a groundswell of support, clearly.
Well, he also he kind of Spencer Pratt-esque, he kind of shook things up as far as your non-traditional candidate.
Yep.
And according to the YouTube poll, does John Rose supporting the income tax vote from years ago mean something to you now? 81% are saying yes.
Yeah. It's not surprising.
No,
it's not surprising.
It's flip-floppy. That's what it is. People don't like flip-floppy.
Well, and Michael Patrick Leahy is absolutely correct when he says this was a pinnacle moment in Tennessee history. I think I said that, but whatever. And he is right. I think some people would look at this and say, because I'm trying to be fair, I think some people would look at this and say, you know what? Hey, look this up, Sam, if you would. What was John Rose's Heritage Action score? Because I want to look at him now and look at him back then, and because he's very conservative now. I bet you he's up there in the top. I don't know, whatever, but he's very conservative. So in other words, at some point he went through a change.
That's a big change.
It is. It's a huge change.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What does it say?
The Heritage Action score, lifetime score, 100%.
Lifetime score?
Mm-hmm. Whereas Marsha Blackburn has a lifetime score around 88%.
So that's the thing. So think about this. Because again, I'm trying to be fair. I'm not trying to bury John Rose. But think about this. So in when was this? Way back in the late 90s, 2000s, 19,000 to Democrats between 98 and 2010, right? So clearly he's giving to Democrats. Clearly he's giving to Democrats who support the state income tax, passing the state income tax. So this is a pivotal moment in Tennessee history. But then he is elected to the House of Representatives, and he's got 100% Heritage Action score. So it's like, okay, so which John Rose is it, right? I mean, I find it fascinating.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Monty Fritz doesn't have a Heritage Action score because he hasn't been in U.S. Congress.
True.
So just to make sure that we're talking about all three candidates and not just the two.
Oh, Joan.
The other interesting thing about that, my parents explained it to me because it happened shortly after I was born, that this whole, is a big hot topic in Tennessee. Are we going to have a state income tax?
Yeah.
And the majority of people in the state at the time couldn't really afford for that to happen. So anyone that was pushing it, from my parents' perspective, my family's end of things, kind of came across as elitist.
Yeah.
And kind of better than you mentality.
Do you know what I need to do? I need to read Phil Valentine's book on the attempt at the state income tax. He wrote a book about it, and I don't know if it's still in print or not, but I got to read it.
We could get AI to read it to you in Anthony Fauci's voice.
Sure I could.
While you're driving home. I mean, it's easy.
I represent The income tax.
By the way, a friend of mine, who I'm not going to say who it is, but he says, Dan, remember that Republicans are not always conservative.
That's true.
Boy, that's certainly true.
That's where we get the term rhino from.
Remember that being a conservative doesn't mean necessarily that you're a Republican. That's true. That is very, very true. So I don't know. I'm trying to gauge, John Rowe's 100% Heritage Action score, which I very much appreciate. And going back, to the late 90s into 2010 and donating to all these Democrats who supported the Tea Party, or not the Tea Party, the income tax. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Let me see. People are telling me to call. I can try to call him. I don't know. I think they're trying to figure it out. I'm kind of out of time. Let me see if I can call him real quick. Let's go to a break. And then Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Thank you, Joan. I'm trying to find John's phone number.
No
All right.
worries.
Got a
We'll
lot
take
more
it from here, Dan.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We'll tell you which congressman is taking action against flock cameras. It's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
For Middle Tennessee, listen local. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, Mark Spain Real Estate. If you are stuck in a home you can't sell, call my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. If your open houses are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your home goes unsold, call Mark Spain. Now, their guaranteed offer keeps you in control. You're going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. 13,000 five-star reviews. Simply cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. Call them right now, get out of your home fast, and move on to the next chapter in your life. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around, the forecast and traffic coming up next. In Montgomery County, a man in a red SUV allegedly tried to lure a teenage girl who had been out walking her dog into his car. A neighbor noticed and stopped to talk to the girl. That's when the man in the red SUV drove off. Another neighbor says this is not the first time.
That's extremely suspicious. That's like, come on. If you have innocent intentions and you're not doing anything wrong, why are you just going to run? Hopefully this is a one-off incident, but I mean, sadly, what's more likely going to happen is he went to this neighborhood, he was unsuccessful. He probably won't come back to this neighborhood for a while and was probably patrolling our neighborhoods right now.
That man speaking to WSMV4. Now, the mother of the teenage girl has filed a report with the sheriff's office. There's been a data breach at Vanderbilt Health that released some patient information. Officials say it happened back in March when an employee clicked on a malicious link, which led the hackers into the system through that employee's email account. The hackers got some personal information, but no social security numbers. Vanderbilt says it is notifying a limited number of patients that their info was involved in that breach. And like him or not, Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massey is introducing a bill to strip federal funding from any local government or police department that deploys flock cameras. Now, as you've probably heard, flock cameras are the controversial smart cameras that can track a car based on its dents, bumper stickers, and roof racks. Libertarian Massey points to the Fourth Amendment, which protects against unreasonable searches and government surveillance. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And trading has begun on Wall Street, and the Dow Jones Industrial's up 592 at the start here. The NASDAQ plus 240. S&P 500 index is up 56 points. Oil has been trending downward this morning by some the falling oil prices because of the pause in fighting between Iran and the U.S. Right now, Brent crude is trading down at $90.98 a barrel. That's about 6% lower. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 832 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for DT McCall's. Now, they've been helping out Middle Tennesseans for over 100 years. Fair prices, outstanding customer service as well. Now, right now, they've got great deals on all things electronics and appliances and furniture, lawn and garden equipment, and a whole lot more. Now, you know that DT McCall's, they've been saving Middle Tennesseans money for over 100 years. Friends, that is 4 generations of treating people right with a focus on savings and customer service. Now, the first thing I do when I realize that I do need something is I do go to dtmccalls.com, check out the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I have to go see it, I go to the brick and mortar stores. They always help me out, answer any questions that I might have. DT McCall's, if you need anything for your home, your garage, your backyard, you only need to go to one place. That's my place, DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
There's a crash on 24 eastbound before Epps Mill Road in the Christiana area this morning. It's a tractor-trailer crash, and the right lane remains blocked off, has been for quite a while. At the airport, Briley Parkway, Glastonbury Road, you've got a crash. Another on Hermitage Avenue in Rutledge Hill. This is at Lindsley Avenue, and one more in Glencliff on 40 westbound at Spence Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
No. That's not how it goes. Stop that. It doesn't go 1, 2, whatever, yo.
Check me out right here, yo.
It goes 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Joan, back me up on this. It's not 1, 2, back me up, yo. It's 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4.
Shut the door.
Joan and I know. See, Joan, we're the wokest here.
Many such cases.
But we're woke in the sense that we know these things. As opposed to you two, you go to that hip hop stuff that nobody likes that.
Nobody likes it.
Yeah, nobody likes that stuff. Right, Joan?
It's true.
Can you turn it back up, Sam? I was kind of enjoying it.
It's Victory. That's Victory by B.I.G.
So,
No, she did.
Happy birthday. No. Hold on, everybody. Chris.
Did Marsha bring you those? Because I've been hearing. I've been hearing you're in the tank for Marsha Blackburn.
I wanted to wish you happy birthday, and I brought you some fortune cookies, courtesy of Marsha Blackburn.
She did not really do this, did she?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Those are actually from our friend Lindsay.
All right.
Who stopped by.
Let's see.
And gave me some fortune cookies. Oh,
I'm gonna read my fortune.
You're gonna read your I'll read my fortune too.
First, let's learn Chinese.
China?
That's funny. Learn some Chinese.
Let's go.
What?
My present plans are going to succeed.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Currently, I've been planning to just troll you throughout the segment.
China?
You know what mine says? You're in the tank for Marsha Blackburn.
What? Have you seen the viral video on Instagram? I don't know if the lady's a Democrat or a Republican. I just know she's very, very funny.
Right.
Where she's pretending to be Marsha Blackburn. And she's like, I'm tired of little Italies popping up everywhere. You know what I'm going to do to Italy? And she just snaps a bunch of pasta.
Throws a bunch of pizza around.
Yeah. Then she goes after Mexico and she just starts crunching taco shells. She's like, yeah, take that.
Okay, that's funny.
Then she went after Ireland and she tried to break a potato with her bare hands, but she couldn't. So she broke out a knife. She's like, that's what I'm going to do to Ireland. I'm tired of them dancing without moving their arms.
You know, she could be against Greeks and start crushing a bunch of feta cheese.
Just stomping on yogurt.
By the way, my fortune actually says, you will always be surrounded by true friends. When?
No.
Sure isn't during
when
this.
When does it start?
Sure isn't during this shift. Packed ass.
Oh.
Whatever. By the way, so this is great. So I have Michael Patrick Leahy on talking about all these Democrat donations to John Rose. No, hold on.
I have some opinions.
Okay, I'm sure that you do, but let me get mine out first. So, by the way, I've texted John Rose and no response.
He's going to be on my show tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You get first crack at him.
I'm in the tank for John Rose.
Clearly.
No. But this is the funny thing. So I have Michael Patrick Leahy on. He had just posted a story to the Tennessee Star about all these Democrat donations, right? So then I say, well, because I'm just a question asker, right? I just, I try to be fair.
What you do.
Huh?
It's what you do.
Yeah, it's what I do. So then I said, well, that's interesting that he did that way back when, because he's got 100% Heritage Action score, which shows that he's very conservative. And so now people are like, oh, so you're in the tank for John Rose. And I'm like, if I was in the tank for John Rose, I wouldn't have had Michael Patrick Leahy on talking about the donations. Come on. You know what I want to do sometimes?
Tell me, Dan.
I want to take the microphone and just choke it. choke it like I'm choking people that are like listening and accusing me of being in the tank for anybody.
Are we able to clip video?
We will definitely clip that because I'm glad you explained to the listening audience that you were choking the microphone because to the visual audience, you were stroking.
If somebody had you on mute.
Oh, good Lord. Why do you always go this route, Sam?
I'm just saying, if somebody had you on mute on their TV on YouTube and they walked in and saw that.
Just aggressively double-handing it.
They would have been a little bit thrown off.
So the fortune cookie clearly was wrong, Joan, when it said that I'm surrounded by
checked
friends.
out. Sorry.
Joan checked out. That's where we are today. Is it 9 o'clock yet?
Michael Patrick Leahy, I like him. I like his reporting. They do a good job over the Tennessee Star.
But
how blatant is it that you are in you're in the Marsha Blackburn camp?
You're not talking about me. You're talking about
Michael Patrick Leahy.
Yeah. Is he? I don't know.
Come on.
I have no idea.
You don't think
Is
so? I heard that interview.
Does
he have anything negative to say about Marsha Blackburn? I'm sure if you were to do some digging, you'd find plenty of eyebrow-raising things in her past.
Probably, but okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No. You're okay. Was he factual in saying that Marsha Blackburn was instrumental in preventing the income tax?
A lot of the vast staff here at WTN
Oh, God.
says
Don't tell me
that's
the May
stolen,
Beavers thing. No.
They
Johnny
say it's stolen valor.
Johnny B., who was right there with Phil V., said that the whole stolen valor May Beavers thing is a bunch of bovine scatology. That's what Johnny B. said.
I've heard that multiple people said they just left it to Beaver.
Is that what they said?
That's what they said.
Okay.
I wasn't here.
I wasn't here either. But
I was like 2.
As the lore goes,
the
Tennessee lore on the whole income tax thing is it was Blackburn, Phil V. It was May Beavers was part of it, I guess, and Steve Gill. That's who was involved.
And I said on my show the exact same thing, that Johnny B told me directly Marsha and Phil basically got that thing done. But then other people said that they were at a campaign event and that Marsha Blackburn had been going up second. And then she went up first one time and just happened to steal the entire Beaver speech.
If that's the case, why has the Beaver people not come out and said? Because, I mean, May is certainly outspoken. I think I've interviewed her a couple of times, many years ago, but why hasn't May Beavers come out and clarified then?
That's a good point.
Does anybody know May Beavers? I don't. I don't have her info. But why do we get, you know what? Let's get May Beavers on.
Get May Beavers on the phone.
Let's
end the stolen valor debate.
Let's end the stolen valor debate. I don't know anybody who would know. The state reps would know May Beavers, right?
I grokked it.
Yes.
Grok lists May Beavers above Marsha Blackburn. Grok says, level of importance in regards to preventing a state income tax in Tennessee, May Beavers extremely high, often described as core leader. Marsha Blackburn, very high, key public face of the opposition. So it ranks a little 1A, a little 1B.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I don't have a dog in this fight, so I don't know.
You still don't know who you're voting for?
No, I don't know. Oh my goodness gracious!
Early voting is about to be over.
I'm not. Amy and I talked about this over the weekend. We're driving down Mount Juliet Road, heading south towards Lebanon. We passed the school where they're doing early voting, and she said, "Do you want to go vote?" And I said, "No, I don't want to go vote. I don't know who I'm going to vote for
Are
yet."
you kidding me?
How do you not know?
How do you not know? At this point.
May I remind both of you,
please,
that according to the Chinese, you're supposed to be my friends.
I'm not going nuts.
I'm not going nuts.
I feel like I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't, kind of accuse you of lying here.
Are you waiting for something else to come out? Something that would really push your vote into one candidate or not?
Yeah. How do you know?
Did the John Rose donation story, you were like, this is exactly why I waited.
It's exactly why I waited, man. We don't know what's going to happen. By the way, play that again one more time. I'm
not going nuts.
So I told this really bad joke.
And we're going to get it again? Maybe twice?
I can't in Morning Drive tell the really bad joke that I told in the presence of one Matt Murphy.
Oh yeah, this is when
and
you guys.
his
This,
wife.
this is when you guys were hanging out over the weekend, and then I got a pity invite from Murphy during the podcast recording on Thursday. Once he found out that it was my birthday all weekend.
All weekend.
It's a birthday weekend.
You don't have a day or-
Hold on. So time out. You told me earlier that your lovely wife got a week. You only get a weekend.
Oh, there's some run over, you know.
Is there some run over?
We're probably gonna go to In-N-Out tonight.
Attaboy. Put a little candle on the cheeseburgers. What you gonna do?
Dude, I literally had a candle in lasagna last night.
Did you really?
Awesome.
That's
it was
now,
so good.
What are you, like 42?
No, I'm 38.
I know. I knew that. I'm just messing with you. Listen,
But
Joan can.
The moral of the story here is that Dan and Matt knew it was my birthday, and they chose not to invite me. I didn't even get a text from Dan. I thought your fortune cookie said we were friends.
I literally said happy birthday to you on Thursday. I said when we were recording the podcast, I said happy birthday. I didn't know it was your. Okay, can I ask you a question?
It was like in passing. It was like you were like once you found out, you were like, oh,
happy birthday!
Happy
and
birthday!
Take the trash out of the studio.
This is the moment we find out Chris Hand has the mentality of a 13-year-old girl.
He was so Dan. I'm always so caring and kind.
Oh,
with
Dan
your birthday.
didn't acknowledge my birthday weekend.
I get Dan gifts.
Really? Did you get me a gift last year?
I did.
What did you? I just gave you a fortune cookie. You know what I'm gonna do?
That's somebody else gave him.
third-party fortune cookie.
That's none of your business, Joan. You only do the news.
You re-gifted it. It's like the label maker in Seinfeld. That's what you did to me.
You know what? Since stolen valor is clearly the topic, I stole Lindsay's valor by giving that to you. Thank you, Lindsay. By the way, say thank you to Lindsay because she's the one who
thank you,
actually.
Lindsay.
All right, so I'm going to go back to December 26th of 2025, and I'm going to see if you sent me a happy birthday message.
By all means.
I don't think that you did.
Oh, I know it's there.
You know what the problem is?
We text a lot. You're going to be scrolling.
I'm going to be scrolling forever. And
can't you go to the search bar in the conversation and type in?
I don't know if I'm not that advanced.
happy-
I'm not that advanced in texting. Like I don't really know actually how it works.
You should be able to type in the search bar of the conversation, happy birthday, and it should pull up anything highlighted by that. I left my key card at home one day, and Mason had texted me the other gate code, and I just typed in code, found it.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I don't know. This must be compelling radio, as both Chris and I are going back to December 26th of 2025 to see if he actually wished me a happy birthday. By the way, it's got to be on my actual birthday.
Why? You said happy birthday to him on Thursday,
Thank
and
you,
his birthday
Joan.
was Friday.
Thank you, Joan.
Joan, you only cover the news.
My birthday was Sunday.
Oh.
I'm the only one.
Joan didn't wish me a happy birthday either, by the way.
I'm the only one here that did it.
Joan's overly defending me because she feels guilty as well.
Hold on. Okay, Sam wished you a happy birthday on your birthday, and you never responded to him. You want to talk about a
Sam didn't
13-year-old
wish
girl
me happy
mentality?
birthday.
He's like really bee-hurt over it.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Did you really wish me happy birthday?
Yeah.
Yesterday, 8:18 in the morning.
Oh.
Via text?
Yeah.
You know what? I
was
sent you.
cheap with it, though, I'll be honest.
I sent you a happy birthday
kisser.
too. You clearly didn't see it, and now your phone deleted it.
I responded to Sam.
I did get a thank you. 24 hours later.
Maybe 30 seconds ago. But I responded to him.
I went simple. It's Snoopy on top of his house, going happy birthday.
All right. Anyway, you know what? We'll solve this tomorrow because I'll spend 2 hours going through all of our text messages, scrolling to see if I got a birthday message from you in 2025.
Perfect.
So did you ever put it together that Caitlin Collins does indeed look like Dylan Mulvaney?
100%. You can't unsee it now.
You can't. We talked about that earlier. We can't unsee it.
So the left is saying that Trump bombed at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought he was very funny. It's just he's in a room full of people that hate him and are butthurt by every joke he makes.
Oh, every single joke. By the way, for people that feel like they need to defend Caitlin Collins, this is the highlight of her weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Because all the attention is on her. All the attention is on her. And
that dude, Dylan Mulvaney.
And she gets to, and here's the other thing. What do Democrats value almost more than anything else? victim status,
Mm-hmm.
right? So now she gets to play the victim for probably the next week or so.
The rest of her life.
Or the rest of her life.
I thought trans women were women and are beautiful. So for them to think that this is an insult, I find that very bigoted.
Do you find it
I do.
bigoted? Okay, good. By the way, what did you do on your birthday?
So I slept in a little bit.
Yeah.
Then we skateboarded with the boys out in the driveway. We did a lot of skateboarding. And we went on a...
do you yourself actually skateboard?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
You do the kick thing?
Well, no, not all that. But I can balance and get some speed. And then we went...
Hold on. Do you know how when my son was interested in this many years ago, when he was into skateboarding? So, hey, Dad, why don't you try it? So, of course, I try it.
Did you eat it?
Did you hurt?
So I actually stayed on the board for quite some time. And then I was going so fast that I kind of like...
Death wobbles?
Steered. I was able to steer into some grass, and I steered into the grass. It went flying. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Only we had Ring doorbells back then.
I know, right? Anyway, so...
Then we went on a Facebook Marketplace adventure, and me and the wife drove out to Lebanon. We had to get some chairs. We got a good deal on chairs.
Oh, good.
It was very exciting.
Don't you love that?
It's awesome.
What kind of chairs?
Swivel sitting chairs.
Okay.
My wife said this is the one time the algorithm favored her because she had been looking at them, and then it popped up on the marketplace.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yep.
very good.
We got some chairs. It was pretty cool.
Well, Chris, happy birthday.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, better late than never. But I was, you know what? I was early and late. So I think that's got to count for something.
It does.
It does it?
It does.
Okay, good.
Don't let him go that easy. Come on.
Joan, you only do the news.
Don't worry.
Do you like how...
I have a whole monologue prepared for Mandis when I get,
Do you
when I
really?
get into my show.
About how I'm in the tank for John Rose. And by the way, I
He's
will
in the-
also
in the,
say...
in the tank for everybody but Fritz. I don't understand what's going
That's
on.
not true. When I did the interview with Fritz, people said I was in the tank for Fritz. Like, I don't know what... Like, why can't I just be fair and balanced?
It's the cheapest tank to be in. There's not a lot of money behind that campaign.
Behind what, Fritz?
Yeah. If you're going to get paid off by any candidate, Rose or Blackburn, that's the route to go.
Nobody's paying me, trust me on that one. So anyway, all right, well, very good. Well, you know what? If I forgot to say it, Chris, happy birthday.
Thank you. So when are you going to decide who you're voting for? Is that like as you pull up in the parking lot?
You know what?
You going to wait until you get to the machine?
I might. What's it to you?
I'm just curious.
It is my right as an American to vote. It's confidential. Right? It's confidential, right? Like nobody can look it up. Anyway, it's confidential. And that's what I'm going to do. I don't get involved in primaries. I vote for who I vote for, and then I support my party.
Dan's going to vote on the way to the event, August 6th at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro.
Just so he can say he...
That's a good idea. We'll ask you. We'll
my
ask
God.
you at the event who
No,
you
you know what you
voted
could
for.
do? I can be on my phone. See, they won't let me do it, but I'd be on my phone and
FaceTime.
and broadcast live. I'd get arrested. I'd be the guy that gets arrested and broadcast live from my voting booth.
There you go.
There you go.
Do it.
I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
Well, because they'll take my phone away and I'll get arrested.
People post their vote all the time.
You're
We'll
not
come
going to
visit
get.
you.
You're not going to get arrested.
You can't.
I have seen tons of polling
You
machines
cannot-
that are lit up with the candidate of choice and someone hitting
Okay.
enter.
How many of them have been radio people? Like that would be silly. Like I'm going to go into a voting booth and I'm going to broadcast live from my voting booth and vote while I'm FaceTiming or on the. I would not FaceTime. I'd do it on the air with Chris because I'm going to do it about 10 o'clock. I'm going to leave right here. I'm going to leave here on August 6th, and I'm going to go and that's when I'll vote.
Will you call into my show after you decide who you voted for?
Maybe. I might.
Let the people know.
Dude, nobody is clamoring to find out
There's
who
a lot of
nobody.
There's a lot of clamoring.
I promise you, no one is clamoring for me.
I've had so many people they've said to me, they said, I understand that you're voting for Fritz, and Murphy said he's only voting for the guy that wants to debate.
Yeah.
And Benson's going to vote for Jerry Green. But what we want to know is, I'm just kidding, Chad, I love you. But what we want to know is who's Dan voting for, because that's really...
There's going to be a couple dozen holdouts that aren't ready to place their vote till they hear from the Mandis.
Well, then they got to figure it out because, In that sense, I'm not an influencer. Do your homework and vote for who you want to vote for. Hey, look, it's 8:56. Joan, who only does the news,
No, I don't, Dan.
has the news at 9. Joan, what's up?
Hey, there is a big move that Tennessee-based Cracker Barrel has just announced. I've got that story for you coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here for Contours. You know, a lot of you parents, school is back here in the next couple of weeks. That means that you've got time to work on you again, taking walks, maybe a few workouts during the week. Why not a trip to Contours in Cool Springs? Now, they can help you get rid of those love handles that have been bugging you for years. Now, I know that Contours specializes in red light technology. It's all the rage these days, and they have the latest equipment to help you lose that unwanted fat. Now, that means no pain, no downtime, and yes, it works. So go check out Contours today. Get a special price right now of $99. That is going to get you a belly buster special for the first 10 callers right now. That special price, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. The first 10 callers right now get that belly buster special for just $99. They guarantee you're going to lose 2 inches across the middle, or it is free. 615-236-9960. Tell them Dan Mendes told you to reach out. ContoursLLC.com. Dan Mendes here. Dan Mendes here for my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville. Lifelong dog owner. I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals. I bet you have too. Now, if you've got a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. I do call these folks the dog whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues, and they can help you as well. Aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, they can help you help your precious dog with just about anything. But what I really truly love about Ridgeside Canine Nashville is they do believe that owner education is just as important as dog training, and long-term success with your dog begins with you. And at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. The phone number, real quick. 878-0380, 615-878-0380, rsk9nash.com. That's the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.